quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Mr. Subhash Chaudhary to take his seats in the podium. Mr. Chaudhary has taken all the pain to attend this seminar from IBBI, its office in Delhi. Next, I'll request our chairman, Mr. Subrata Datta, to take his seat on the stage. Next, I'll invite Mr. Rana Ghosh, our CEO, to the stage and take his seat. Mr. Rana Ghosh. Yeah. I'll invite my friend as well as the founder of this organization and also the executive director, Mr. Amitav De, on the stage to take his seat. Mrs. Shushmita De. I'm inviting the Executive Director, Mrs. Shushmita De, to take his seat on the stage. So, thank you so much for all the, this is thanks to all of our delegates from India who is attending this national seminar. And now we should start our main event. The first, I'll invite Mr. Amitav De to give his address, to deliberate his address in this seminar. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Actually, already we are late for 5 minutes. Actually, we are waiting for our NCLT judge, Ms. Bidisha Banerjee, to come. But she will be coming around 10:15 as informed. So let me start. So thank you, my friend, to allow me to utter a small speech. It's not a small. It's perhaps 10 minutes or something like that on the introduction. Why valuation and valuers? Let's look back. Way back in 2006, when the ascent of money was huge, the measured economic output of the world was around $48.6 trillion. The total market capitalization of the world's stock market, total domestic international bonds were huge. The planet finance were trying to swallow our good old earth. I'm talking about 2006. The planet finance seemed to have faster spin than our planet earth, as every day the amount changed hands on foreign exchange market was unbelievable. The net earnings of some big giants of investment bankers were more than GDP of some countries, including Serbia, Bolivia, or Ecuador, etc. Then in 2007 and onwards, there came the corrections, when huge financial crisis showed the hollowness of pricing of valuation from all aspects. Value ballooning, and at the same time undervalue, the financial crisis even more dreadful. We came to know the sufferings of Lehman Brothers, Merrill Lynch, Citigroup, etc. Turned into fear. History taught us about the outcome of bubble burst and the cautions about the probable dangers in future if we do not deal present with proper due diligence and care. The market at present crosses country boundaries. The forces of globalization are the brightest lights, show the path. Goods and service flow freely not only in India but also cross borders. The international organization's foreign direct investment is ever increasing and aiming at free flow of goods and services, either catching the incidence of merger, amalgamation, and takeover of the companies, which are increasing day by day. World realized about the appropriate value opinion requirement of the day is properly justified valuation. In early 2000, we also realized that there are no alternatives than to impart proper education on valuation at the basal level through thorough study on multidisciplinary, multifaceted subjects like valuation could achieve the goal. The subject itself is a combination of science and humanities. To assist government and general people in maintaining the standard of appraisal of asset, to impart, encourage, and arrange training, workshop and seminar on appraisal of properties, particularly real asset. Institution of Estate Managers and Appraisers was set up in Kolkata in the year of 2003 under the Society Act. The motive was philanthropic and non-profit. We started our different courses and seminars in valuation and allied subjects from 2 hours to 2 years in the year of 2003. Focuses were on the imparting education and empower our students to achieve a certain stage. We were there to sustain and not believing only on the unbalanced growth. Simultaneously, government started to feel this as much needed profession in India, and it has to be rooted through a proper qualification, experience and examination. The value opinion from a competent, skilled valuer to play a major role in the economy of the country. Valuers were empaneled with different departments like income tax, wealth tax, high courts, etc. Previously, valuations were conducted only by the other professionals like engineers, chartered accountants, cost accountants, etc. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs came up with a very new novel concept in India through Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, and the Gazette was published, which clearly defined about the valuation, registered valuers and the registered valuers organizations and their roles. It started with clarity, unambiguity about the imparting education and examination on valuation for aspiring valuers. This would be distinguished profession. Other than the resolution plan, etc., the code was defined by the insolvency professionals, about the insolvency professionals, IPA, and with corresponding examination and process of being IP, who would be the prospective clients of the valuation service rendered by a registered valuer. That means the intention of the Government of India to jack the profession of valuation onto a platform like other professions where the disciplined, skilled valuation service provider and their prospective buyer would be ready comes into realization. The discipline of valuation is emerging as a sophisticated, very sophisticated exercise and much needed expertise in the field. The latest requirement of newer factors of obsolescence, environmental issues, depleting sources of materials, etc. come into the picture. The subject valuation along with the social aspects, economic aspects, legal aspects and technical aspects becomes more human. A preferred combination of arts and science having foundations of ethics and code of conduct following relevant standard. Value of a product or service is the utility or worth of product or service for an individual. Now, for the public, the valuation profession is the professional valuer in the context of public trust requires that when individuals are expected to perform with the ethics and competency of a valuer. Basically, the code says on the ethics, the IBC code says on the ethics, as the course is a top-up, and primarily these courses on the 3 asset class meant for those professionals who are already qualified. RVOs were to be appointed before the registered valuers were enlisted, complying all the compliances as postulated to impart the education, to monitor, to oversee, to update knowledge, to arrange training, to assist, to make aware, to make conscious, to confer the certificate of practice to the registered valuers members. RVOs are to see the grievances, complaints, etc. are treated as extended hands of IBBI. The entire concept started working smooth, and then came RVO Estate Managers and Appraisers Foundation after crossing all the hurdles, consenting all the compliances, a non-profit company under Companies Act 2013 as per the IBBI guideline, which matches exactly with our philanthropic nature. Our legacy kept us as #1 in IBBI website. We are RVO, still occupying the same position as of now. We are the RVO Estate Managers Foundation, in short RVO ESMA Foundation, reiterate, believe in sustainability, not in the unbalanced growth. Today, after a very awkward and harmful situation as the pandemic of COVID-19 spread all over the world, social mixing was banned in the most part of the world as well in India for almost 2.5 years. Now, I welcome you also. Now, though less, but the threatening still persists. In the endeavor of overcoming this scenario, our sincere effort to make this seminar successful, we stepped forward requesting all the participants to follow the COVID protocol as postulated by government. An online live telecast facility has been introduced, which can be accessed through proper ID and password. The live telecast is going on right now. The invisible participants are there behind the screen who couldn't make to come physically to attend this seminar. To keep sustainability, who are also protecting our RVO from the various problems. Last but not the least, I would like to greet our members who are our real strength, the real energy to keep us alive. Thank you all. Bishuru. Take the charge.
We are gladly informing that our chief guest, Mrs. Vidisha Bandyopadhyay, Honorable Member Judicial, NCLT, Kolkata Bench, has just arrived, and in presence of her, actually, we will organize this, the inauguration ceremony here. So, Madam, kindly take the pain to come here and light the lamp. And also, I request our guest of honor, Mr. Subhash Chaudhary from IBBI, and both of them will light.
বুঝতে বলে বললে হতে পারে।
Good morning, everybody. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you in this national seminar. I'm really very happy and thankful to our members who participated in the seminar, both offline and online, and also to our participants. My special thanks to our distinguished guest, Madam Vidisha Bandyopadhyay and Mr. Subhas Chaudhary, GM IBBI, and to other dignitaries and eminent speakers. The main theme of our national seminar is contemporary valuation scenario, challenges and solutions, which will mainly focus on various facets of valuation profession. Okay. As you well aware, that the valuation of asset always been played a pivotal role in decision-making process. Our institute always emphasized on impact proper education on valuation at the base level and to assist government and general people to maintain the standard of appraisal of asset and to encourage and arrange training, workshop and seminar on the valuation with a clear motive to be a center of excellence for the professionally oriented high quality education, research and training for the valuers. As an extended hands of the IBBI, we are trying our best for the providing training, issuing certificate of practice and monitor the members as per the rules and guidelines framed by IBBI. We constantly endeavor to make our members aware about the international standard in any changes in the act or rules or any other important and relevant informations. Okay. We feel proud of our members and maintain a cordial and interaction relationship with them. My earlier speaker, Mr. Amitabh Dey, already explained our views very lucid manner. So I am not going any more, extending my lectures to just because there are so many eminent speakers who's actually we are eagerly awaiting for their speeches. So I'm concluding my sessions by telling you, once again I am conveying my heartful of thanks to everyone for participating in this seminar. Hope our members will enjoy and acquire valuable knowledge regarding their profession. Once again, thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you, our CEO, for this declaration. Now, I'll invite our chief guest, Ms. Vidisha Bandyopadhyay, member judicial NCA, to give her inaugural speech.
Namaskar. A very good morning to you all. I must say that I'm honored to be here, to be a part of this function. I thank the organizers for that, particularly the President, Mr. Indranath Chakraborty, the Vice President, Mr. Amitabh Dey, the Chairman, Subroto Dotto, the CEO, Mr. Rana Ghosh, the Secretary, Mr. Vishwarup Chakrabarty, course coordinator, Shushmita Dey, and all who are involved in this particular seminar. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this function. Actually, what happened is I was never a part of this company affairs, company matter affairs. At the age of 40, I got selected in a tribunal which is totally disconnected to this. I mean, it was a service matter background I had. For the last 12 years, I am having that background. I've been inducted probably because of the reason that in that tribunal, I had given the maximum disposal. It was around 10,000 in last 4 years of original applications. So maybe that is the reason I'm here. But let me tell you, I know nothing about the corporate affairs, corporate matters or company affairs. I take each and every opportunity where I get a chance, I grab the opportunity to learn something from you. And this is a wonderful opportunity for me to understand what a valuation is all about. I hope there will be talks about that. I don't understand. There are so many methods I was going through. I understand a book value, then market capitalization, okay, there are shares and there are values. But EBITDA, I don't understand a single bit of it. I would like to have an opportunity to understand all these methods of valuation. At the same time, I feel honored to be, amidst so many valuable people, because you assess the value of a company, the economic business, you understand the business so nicely. Our entire IBC functioning depends upon your valuation. You're so important people, having so much of financial skills and all. So I feel honored to be a part of this. Like whatever methods you have, the cost approach, there's to find out what the business the company is giving, its viability, whether there would be a prospective buyer to get the business, or maybe a comparative analysis of how the business is doing in comparison to other similar businesses in the market, or maybe the stocks, how the stocks fare, to give an idea to the persons who want to purchase the shares of a company. You give so much valuable inputs to each and every one of them. As NCLT member, NCLT doesn't have any power. When I was there in the tribunal, in Central Administrative Tribunal, we had so much of power. We could have struck down a particular circular, particular provision as unconstitutional. Here we don't have any power. We simply give a stamp of approval on anything and everything. The RP says that it's okay, or the liquidator says it's okay, or we go about the commercial wisdom of the financial creditors, and nothing more than that. There are judgments, you must be knowing that SR Steel, then so many decisions are there. Which says that what the NCLT has to do is you just abide by what the commercial wisdom of the COC says. You cannot give your own inputs. You cannot say that this has gone wrong, that has gone wrong. But even in one of the cases I found, I don't exactly remember, whatever. Even there, the Supreme Court had to intervene where the valuation had gone wrong. Regarding a company, generally the principle is that you get two valuers, two registered valuers who give their valuation. You take the average and proceed. In a particular company, the first two registered valuers had given a valuation of around 123 crores and 121 crores. 126 and 121. So average would have been 126. Suddenly a third valuer, registered valuer, crops up who says that no, the valuation is 56. There Supreme Court intervened and said that no, when two valuations were done and they were close to each other, there was a lot of proximity in the values given. You cannot get an assistance from a third valuer whose valuation is so different from these two that that particular valuation had to be discarded. The entire resolution plan failed, and the matter was given back to the ECOC for a consideration so that they abide by the valuation, average valuation of those two previous companies. So I am saying this because to make you understand how important people you are in a resolution of a company. A successful resolution, a successful liquidation wholly depends upon you. And all kudos goes to all the valuers of our country. And regarding the institution of estate managers and appraisers, what I come to know is that it is a center of excellence for professionally oriented, high quality education, research and training. So you are raising up valuers for our country who can take into their hands the economic business growth of our company. They'll assess the valuation done to assist a successful resolution. I wish you all the best. I wish your seminar all the very best. I wish you very good health and happy times ahead. Thanks again for inviting me into this. And as I told you, I look this as an opportunity to learn something from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your kind speech, and we feel very much honored that you are here and you have given such a beautiful introduction to inaugurate our program. Now I will request our guest of honor, Mr. Subhash Chaudhary from IBBI, to speak for this program.
नमस्कार, आदरणीय बंदोपाध्याय मैम, दत्त जी, अमिताभ डे जी, राणा घोष जी और यहाँ पर उपस्थित इकोनॉमिक्स के जौहरियों। मैं आप लोग को जौहरी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि बचपन में सही पढ़ता चला आ रहा हूँ कि हीरे की परख जौहरी कर सकता है। तो आप सारे हमारे इकोनॉमी के जौहरी हो, क्योंकि बिना प्रॉपर वैल्यूएशन के किसी भी एसेट के बारे में कोई भी डिसीजन लेना किसी के लिए पॉसिबल नहीं है। जैसा आपका बोध वाक्य है, तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय, और अभी जैसे मैम ने भी बताया कि कोई भी अपॉर्चुनिटी कभी भी सीखने की छोड़नी नहीं चाहिए। तो ये दोनों चीज़ें एक दूसरे की पूरक हैं कि अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर हम तभी चलेंगे जब हम हमेशा प्रकाश की ओर उद्यत रहेंगे कि यस देयर इज समथिंग टू ऐड वैल्यू इन आवरसेल्फ। डेली बेसिस पे इफ यू आर एडिंग to value in yourself, then definitely you can assess the value of any asset. You are working in a very dynamic environment, and economics is a very dynamic field. In our country, economics humanities का part है, but जैसे सर ने भी बोला कि valuation is also science and art. So even psychology is also having science and art. So there is so many facets of any subject. 25 जनवरी तक अडानी एज अ ग्रुप वैल्यूएशन डिफरेंट था। हिडेनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट आई, वैल्यूएशन चेंज हो गया। 2 दिन के अंदर आप लाखों करोड़ से सैकड़ों करोड़ में आ गए। सो कितना डायनामिक फील्ड है, दैट्स व्हाई देयर आर चैलेंजेस आल्सो। सो प्रॉब्लम कहां पर आती है? प्रॉब्लम आती है कि आपने जो वैल्यूएशन किए, अगर आपके अजम्पशंस फाइल पर क्लियर नहीं है कि आपने क्या क्या अजम्पशन लेके वैल्यूएशन किए, तो बाद में आपको उसको जस्टिफाई करने में प्रॉब्लम आती है। बहुत सारी चीजें क्या होता है कि हम दिमाग में सोच रहे होते हैं बट पेपर पे नहीं लिखते। हम विजुअलाइज कर लेते हैं कि ये इसका वैल्यूएशन ऐसे हुआ, और पेपर पे वो हमारा मिसिंग होता है। सो बाद में कंप्लेंट्स होती हैं या केसेस आते हैं या असेसमेंट होता है, इंस्पेक्शंस होता है, तो आप वो लिंक नहीं कर पाते, क्योंकि आज से 3 साल बाद आज आपने क्या किया, अगर आपने उसको राइट डाउन नहीं किया तो आपको याद नहीं रहेगा। सो इट इज ऑलवेज बेटर कि जो आप अजम्पशन ले रहे हैं वो हमेशा रिकॉर्ड पर रहे। और अपने वैल्यूएशन, आपके खुद के वैल्यूएशन का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है टाइम मैनेजमेंट। आज मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि हमारा ये प्रोग्राम शार्प 10 o'clock शुरू हो गया। सो अगर हम अपने टाइम को खुद को वैल्यू करेंगे, देन डेफिनेटली हम अपनी भी वैल्यू ऐड करेंगे और अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की भी करेंगे। अभी जैसे बात हो रही थी RVOs के बारे में, तो RVO और RV इनका आपस में रिलेशनशिप क्या है? कोई भी व्यक्ति बिना परिवार के ग्रो कर सकता है क्या? यू नीड सो मैनी सपोर्ट फ्रॉम द फैमिली। एज अ हेड ऑफ द फैमिली अगर आप अर्न कर रहे हैं तो देयर इज समबडी देयर टू सपोर्ट यू, कि कोई आपको सुबह में लंच बॉक्स बना के दे रहा है जो आप टाइम से जा रहे हैं। शाम को जब आप आ रहे हैं तो घर में कोई बच्चा है जो आपको रिफ्रेश कर रहा है सारे दिन भर के स्ट्रेस से। कोई पेरेंट्स हैं जो गाइड कर रहे हैं कि इस पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन में आपको क्या करना चाहिए। तो RVO आपके ये सारा रोल प्ले करते हैं कि नया लेजिस्लेशन आया, कोई नया गाइडेंस आया, कोई नया NCLT ने डायरेक्शन दिया, तो आप उस पर कैसे रिएक्ट करेंगे, कैसे लर्न करेंगे। तो ये उनका काम है कि आपको सपोर्ट करना, जिसके तहत ये आप जैसे आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस है, इसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें आप लोग नई सीखेंगे, हम भी सीखेंगे। I have just joined RV division a week before, so I am also learning. Just मैम ने भी कहा कि कॉस्ट अप्रोच, वैल्यू अप्रोच में भी रोज पढ़ता हूँ कि है क्या। सिंस आई हैव इकोनॉमिक्स बैकग्राउंड, तो सो दैट आई कैन रिलेट समथिंग, बट हर चीज़ आप डेली बेसिस पे कुछ ना कुछ नया लर्न करते रहते हो. जैसे मैम ने बताया कि मैम पहले कैट की मेंबर थी और मैम का परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा रहा, तो इसलिए ये बेसिकली ये इंडियन इकोनॉमी को मैं कहूँगा कि ये उसके लिए अच्छा हेल्पफुल है कि मैम ऐसे लोग एनसीएलटी का पार्ट बनते, क्योंकि कैट में तो आप एक सर्कुलर स्ट्रक डाउन करके कुछ गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स की ज़िंदगी में चेंजेस लाते हैं मैम, बट यहाँ पर तो पूरा देश का इकोनॉमी का सवाल है. आपके एक एक डिसीजन पे लाखों करोड़ों रुपए इन्वॉल्व हैं जो इकोनॉमी में वापस आएंगे और हमारे देश को स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे. तो बस इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपना उद्बोधन खत्म करता हूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड थैंक्स फॉर द RVOs टू जस्ट कॉल मी हियर. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary from IBPI, and for your very beautiful and short speech. We are encouraged, and we believe that we can look forward with our strong willpower. Now, I'll request our chairman, Mr. Subrata Datta, to offer his welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the RV Asma Foundation, let me add a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, all members of the RV Foundation present today, and the faculty members, the members of the governing board of the RV Foundation, my colleagues, and the speakers of the day, in as much as they awaited the national conference on the contemporary valuation scenario, challenges and solutions. I acknowledge your presence here today for your generous support and encouragement. To begin with, I would like to inform you that today's the central keynote topic provides an opportunity to talk about the common challenges before the valuers during the recent years, shares best practices, and discusses about the remedies that will ultimately come to the help of the valuers as a whole. I am extremely privileged to be associated with the RVO Foundations. This RVO Foundation is one of the stakeholders of the Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of the India, and that two #1 registered valuers organizations of the IBBI, and we render the statutory functions under the direct supervisions of the IBBI in the field of the valuations, but also work for the best interests of the valuers, so that their interests are amply protected and they get proper guidance in the field of the valuation in all aspects. As a chairperson of this foundation, I sincerely hope, so it is our the mission to provide the practical and the step-by-step institutional support and assistance to all our members. To conclude, I strongly trust that all the distinguished guests gathered here today will offer the full support and the encouragement for the success for this event. Once again, I am grateful for your participation and support. Thank you very much.
Start our small facilitation program, and first to our chief guest, Mrs. Vidisha Bandyopadhyay. She will be facilitated by our executive director, Mrs. Shushmita De. Next, our guest of honor, Mr. Subhash Chaudhary, will be facilitated by our chairman, Mr. Shubhrit Dutt. Now we'll have a short tea break before our technical program or technical session number 1 will start. So please make it convenient and go there. The tea is ready there in behind your seats. And I think it will be completed within 20 minutes so that we can start our program, technical program, in a right time. Thank you so much. all to join the technical session here. The technical session 1 will start within 5 minutes of time. in the technical session 1, our first speaker will be Mr. Arun VR NA, the registered valuer of IBBI, and his topic is de-rating factors on machinery valuation. His topic will be the de-rating factors on machinery valuation. So I'll request Mr. Arun to start his deliberation within 2 to 3 minutes. Okay? Thank you so much, and we need your attention, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. I feel proud to be here as I am one of the students of this institution, qualified myself on land and building as well as on plant and machinery. Maybe that when I completed, I was the first person to complete both disciplines in the entire South India. Last time I had an opportunity of presenting a paper on civil subject, that is on land and building. This time they said that I should present a paper on plant and machinery. First of all, let me know how many people are here focusing on plant and machinery. Only 2. Venugopal, you are focusing on plant and machinery or only agricultural land? Or agriculture. So only 2 people. Right. So advantage is, in case I make a mistake, there are only 2 people to correct me. The rest of the people will accept as such. Right, let me not do any mistake. The subject, even though it is given as de-rating factors for plant and machinery, de-rating factors occur even for civil properties also, whereas much of focus has not been given. Now, meanwhile, I like to say what is de-rating factor. If you see the dictionary meaning of de-rating factor, it may show as an error. There is no proper explanation for de-rating factor as such. But the de-rating factor on electrical line has got something different, where the value comes down from the original value due to a lot of other factors. That is called in general as de-rating factor on electrical. On machinery, generally there is no de-rating factor specifically given as a meaning in the dictionary. Then what is de-rating factor? De-rating factor is nothing but you have a value of the asset in the sound condition. And when you value the property, either it's a machine or a land building, you cannot have the same thing because it is not equivalent to the replacement value. There are several factors that reduces the value from the standard value or the replacement value. What are the factors? Mostly the values of plant and machinery, they apply depreciation. But depreciation alone is not sufficient. That is the main idea of focusing this paper here. The de-rating factor, that's why I didn't put it as depreciation, I put it as de-rating factor, even though I know that the word is not existing. But it is the factor that reduces a value from the sound value. Fine. Thank God. I get a slip, please complete it before this time. Now, where is the clock, sir, for me to see? Where is the clock? All right, I will keep it here. I'll keep my watch here. What are the factors that are to be seen or considered for lowering the value? The main subject that is known to everyone is depreciation. Either it is civil property or building or machinery, depreciation is supposed to be there. What is depreciation to us? It is the effect of wear and tear that takes place to reduce the value. The depreciation, if it is high, it may lead for a scrap value. If it is low and if it is manageable, then you can repair and reuse it. And it is effect of wear and tear. Before we go into the subject here, this is the condition of a sound machinery as well as the condition of a old one, which I have just given a symbolic approach. The value decreases because of three reasons, mainly. One is physical deterioration, the obsolescence, and the present condition of the machine. Before we deal on this, there are a lot of terminologies are to be known. First of all, we must know what is lifespan. Even for a human being, there's a lifespan is there. From the date of birth to date of death, the period that is there is the lifespan. In a similar way, for every component, there's a lifespan. And it is also known as a life expectancy. It depends on various factors. Loading of the machine, working hours, environment, quality maintenance and care that we take for the machine, timely replacement of the worn-out parts, speed at which the machine is to run and is being run, protection of the machine from heat and dust, proper usage, usage of genuine and apt spares to retain proper safety devices required as such as fuses, crumbling zones, everything. Depending on the factors that is enlisted here, the lifespan increases. If a proper maintenance is there, if proper spares are being used there, if it is being protected from dust and heat, naturally the life goes up. So that is a life expectancy which we should know. How do we know as a valuer when you visit, when you go to an industry, how do you know that it is being maintained well? There are certain records which are being maintained by them. Gentlemen, for information, this article has got about 10 to 12 pages. I requested the organizers to see that it is being circulated to you as a hard copy. So you can listen to me rather than taking a notes of it. In case you require, I can send you an email also. It's already there in the PDF form. I can send it to you. So let us listen. Because I learned a lot of things only on listening, not on taking your notes. Sorry? Right. There are logbooks which are being maintained either shift-wise, production-wise, or machine-wise also. A logbook is a heart that can give the complete history of the machine, how it is functioning, what it is, and when it stops, how it is cured, how it can be rectified. And maintenance record from the date of installation and the production record to suit the as a whole, and the profitability statement of the balance sheet also shows that the machineries have been maintained well. So these are all will give you the entire scenario of the lifespan. Then becomes the salvage value. Very interesting. You might have heard about salvage. What is salvage? When a machine or a component, after its usage for which it has been manufactured, if it has to be discarded, while discarding, there is a value for it. And a lot of people think that it is a scrap value. It is not a scrap value. Any component, if it has lost its usage or the particular use, whereas it can be used for some other purpose, it has got a value. I've narrated some examples which I will say. I think everyone is aware of truck systems, lorries. You heard about the spring plates? Have you? Let it be interactive section for first 15 minutes. You heard about spring plates? The spring plates have got several numbers, right from top one to 17th or 18th one. Suppose if the top plate breaks, it can be reused as 16th plates or 15th plates, or even if that breaks, it can go to the 18th plate. That is, you have got a plate here where if the ends are broken, you have the remaining portion which can be tampered, which can be actually forged and then used as a higher number of plate. That is, the second plate can be used as a 14th plate. The 14th plate can be used as a 18th plate. If at all that is not there, then the steel is so that it can be used for agricultural tools. Your wheat taker. It can be used for any other purpose because it's hard steel. So the value of the steel here is not a scrap value. It has got a component value, so it is called salvage value. Am I clear? If a component can be used for some other purpose, it has got a salvage value. If it cannot be used for any other purpose, and if it can be taken only as a scrap to be melted, then it becomes a scrap value. And one more example of salvage value is, suppose you have a truck. There is an engine. There is an accident. The entire body collapses. The gearbox and the transmission system fails, whereas the engine is all right. What can you do with the engine? You can make it as a prime mover, attach a generator, and see that it is being used as a generator. Here, the old engine which has been taken out, am I to be corrected? You raised your hands. No. Okay. If the engine can be used for the purpose of generating power, augmenting power during power cuts by an attachment, it becomes a generator, so it has got a better value rather than the scrap value. Am I clear? You might have heard about extruders. Extruders are extruders where you put the plastic material in the top and it has got a helical screw which pushes down the material and it goes to the hot bath where it is being melted and taken out as a HTB film for further processing. If that is worn out, then a helical screw of a chromium plated shaft can be used for the main shaft of the pressing machine. Bundles are being made for which you keep the material to be pressed. You have a shaft with a helical screw arrangement with a wheel on the top. You move the wheel, it gets compressed. So the shaft has also got, the broken shaft of an extruder becomes the main part of the pressing machine. So these are all some of the examples where a broken or unused or whichever has got its own purpose can be used for some other purpose in a better way. Whereas the scrap value is, it can be melted. It can be used only as a material of construction for the purpose of regenerating some other product. It is to be melted, put it on some other machine, see that is being fabricated, and goes for it. As on day, scrap value of various material are listed here. Value of scrap varies with material of construction. If it is steel, it could be 32 rupees per kg as on date. If it is aluminum, 170 to 175 per kg. And copper, it could be 750 to 760 per kg as per the prevailing rate of 2023. Chandrakant? Oh, okay, fine. So, we know what is the salvage value, what is the scrap value. We must also know what is the replacement value. Replacement value is the value of a machine or a component or whatever that may be to give the same function of the original machine for which you spend some money. That is a replacement value. If the value of machine which can be replaced, replacement value refers to the value of the machine determined on the basis of what it could be, it would cost usually at the current price level to replace the machinery or its services. Please underline, either to replace the machine or the services. It need not be to replace the same machine. The service is extracted, the same service is extracted from some other machine, and if the purpose is solved, then that value can be taken as a replacement value as on the day. For example, motors were, for example, 1000 HP motors were available earlier, which could be of this size, the table size earlier, in olden steel melting shops. Now, do you see such a big machine motor there? No. Because now the technology is improved, it has become compact, the required services are taken from a smaller unit, and if the same 1000 HP output is being taken away by the new machine, then that value is the replacement value. It need not be to exactly reproduce the same size of machine once again. Am I clear? Then, you have a value, you know that after some time it cannot be used, and we say that it is depreciated, and whatever the value of depreciation is called depreciable value. Very simply, you have a component, or let us say you have a pen at least, which is worth of about 100 rupees. After some time, after the usage is over, probably the body and the cap and the filling system might be okay, whereas the ink might have drained out. You can refill the ink or refill the refill and use a Parker pen as a Parker pen itself. So, the value at the final stage, between the value of the initial stage, there is a value which is called depreciable value. It alone can depreciate, and the whole component will not depreciate. Am I clear? Whole component will not depreciate. There is a residual value. You have a replacement value. Whatever the value in between is depreciable. That is called depreciable value. Then, we are coming to the next part of what is physical deterioration. Then we will go for obsolescence. Affected deterioration due to wear and tear. First thing, you have been using a machine, continuously using a machine. It is being operated continuously or shift-wise, whatever that may be. So there is a wear and tear. That wear and tear is the deterioration due to wear and tear. And of course, this area you should be knowing about it. If an area is with seashore, generally either on the civil side or on the mechanical side, the life is not same as it could be in the other regions. Do you agree with me? Because of corrosion, because of your effect of chemical, which is prevailing in the wind, which is prevailing in the atmosphere, that deteriorates, that eats away the material of construction, especially steel. So, if a motor can have an estimated life of 30 years in other parts of the country, it could be only about 10 years or even less than 10 in the seashore area. It's the effect of corrosion. Effect of deterioration due to aging. We have seen what is wear and tear first. Now it is aging. Every product has got an age. As life goes on, apart from wear and tear, the aging effect is also there. So due to aging, it may deteriorate. Very, very small difference is there between wear and tear and aging. And how do you calculate the depreciation? Depreciation is, earlier we were actually calculating only on life used when compared to the life of the machine that it is to be used. If the motor has got about 30 years of life and about 5 years has already lapsed, then what we put it as 5 by 30 into depreciable value. What is depreciable value? What is the replacement value minus what is the salvage value? So if the salvage value is taken as approximately 10%, then 90% alone is depreciable. 5 by 30 into 90, which will work out to 15% as the depreciation. Clear? I think I'm giving a very simple examples, and I don't think that it should be difficult for you to understand, but however, life utilized by life expectancy of the machine into depreciable value. And depreciated value is replacement value minus depreciation value is the, then comes the next one, obsolescence. Okay, fine. The present value of the machine is decided not only on the working condition of the machinery, which accounts for depreciation, but also due to obsolescence that has got a crucial importance since it greatly affects the value of the machinery. Obsolescence was the word which was used by the by our director in the initial stage, which has got a lot of effect. While valuing the machine, if depreciation is not considered, then we are supposed to land at a value which is erratic. If obsolescence is not considered, then also it will give a erratic result. So we must know what is obsolescence. Obsolescence is being an outdated. Where all it could happen? One second, please. The obsolescence can be classified into several heads. One is functional obsolescence. Functional is, it has a function, whereas it occurs when the component fails and the whole devices stop working. It is the reduction of an object's useful and desirability because of the outdated design feature that cannot be easily changed. Consumers can mitigate losses caused by the functional obsolescence by considering the long-term usefulness of the purchased goods. Right, okay. The machinery is seldom used. The machinery is seldom replaced for their wearing and nature. They are mostly because of the development in the science and have paved way for more efficient machines. New generation machines are there to replace the old generation machines. And in what way the new generation machine is better? Just think it up. I told you that if a 1000 HP motor can be of this size earlier, and now it can be made into a small box, like. And then what are the advantages? It occupies a lesser space. It has got a greater productivity, like this. So I have listed something. Higher production, better working environment, easy to operate, easy to maintain, lesser requirement of space for installation, lesser consumption of power, lesser labor intensive, lesser risk management, lesser storage time, lesser rejection, equipped with self-control systems, pre-programmed operations, and quick work motion, duration, and so on. So, a new machine is preferred because of all these reasons than the old machine. Now, the functional obsolescence is only that. When a new machine has got so much of advantage, why do I hang over with the old machine? I can as well see that that is being discarded and I can go in for a new machine. Am I right? Am I right, sir? As anyone using a machine will go in for. In all probabilities, everyone will have a car. You may have a lot of sentimental attachments to the car. You mean to say that you will be repeatedly using the car only? Will you not go for a change? Think about ambassadors were the prime movers earlier. Now, where is ambassador now? All new generation vehicles have replaced ambassadors. So when you are able to get a product functionally good to satisfy your requirement, then you go for that. So the first one becomes obsolete. It is outdated, which is not required. In general, a new machine could reduce the operational cost and offer better profit potential. It could be preferred. The factors said above pave the way for a functional obsolescence. And the easiest example that we can say is electronic equipment such as computers, biomedical equipments, controlling devices, electronic equipments, poaching machines, and major mechanical devices and auto controls. Then comes economic obsolescence. Where it can happen? If there is a change in the policy of the government, not you. If there is a change in the policy of the government, and if you are not able to use a product which is already in use, there comes the economical obsolescence. We are at Calcutta today. What is a favorable product that were produced earlier here from the fields? It's jute. If I'm right? Jute was a main. Am I right or wrong? Right. So, jute bags were actually preferred earlier. Now the technology changed and HDP bags came into the picture. So a lot of people started investing on HDP. So there came a stage that the jute may lose the market. So years back, maybe about 20 years or so, government took a decision to protect the farmers and to see that the jute is being reused. They introduced an act to pack the cement only on jute bags rather than HDP bags or paper bags. Are you aware? It was the condition earlier. Now the scenario is changed. So the government imposed a policy by which a sector of industry itself failed. Now, if you go for the other one, we have been telling about polythene to be used, not to be used, carry bags to not to be used. It's a government order because it's a pollution. It makes harm to the environment. So every government has ordered not to use plastic here. What will happen to the machines that are being invested to manufacture polythene bags? What will happen? It will lose its value. The machine is good, the production is good, the consumption is also good, but the government has put an order that it is not to be used. The machinery has lost the value. There is no depreciation effect. There is a new product coming into the market. It is because of the government order you cannot use the machine. So the machine has been purchased, of the industry has been installed for several lakhs or crores. It becomes a salvage with one order being passed by the government. It is the economic obsolescence. I think I have said this. Import of palm oil had ruined the market of edible oil. The plants installed for extraction, refining are uncared. Am I right? Palm oil has come. Palm oil is being imported. Palm oil is being used as an alternate with every oil. You cannot see sesame oil, pure sesame oil. You cannot see groundnut oil pure and rapeseed oil pure. Everywhere it is being adulterated with palm oil because palm oil mixes with every oil to any extent. So, when palm oil has been imported heavily, all extraction units of oil have become uncared. It is a policy of the government which has made it rejection of certain products of Tamil Nadu. This is also another thing. Of Tamil Nadu in Karnataka due to Kaveri water issue has made the industry producing these parts. There are conflict between two states. The buses are being burnt for want of no reason. As a result, the particular industry in that area is not being preferred. Here, no government order. It is a clash between two governments by which a sector suffers. It is economical obsolescence. Economic obsolescence is extremely difficult to evaluate. However, it causes a steep fall in the value of the machinery that manufacture products that are banned or lost the value. Physical obsolescence occurs when the property loses the value to gross mismanagement and physical neglect resulting in deferred maintenance. That is usually a costly affair which also occurs. That's a physical obsolescence. Technical obsolescence is when a technical product or service is no longer needed or wanted, even though it could be still in a working condition. Technological obsolescence generally occurs when a new product has been created or replaced over version. And there's one more thing which is called planned obsolescence. Now, while manufacturing a product, earlier the concept was that it should be lifelong used product. Now just tell me, is there any product which is being created to that level? No. Even if a switch is taken earlier, the molded switches, I have seen switches of 100 years in my village houses. Now it is being made with a FRP, where on several operations it loses its usage. It breaks. The connection gets disconnected. The products are being manufactured in such a way that will have a lesser usage. so that the replacement will be there. As long as the replacement is not there, the new product will not move in the market. It's a very negative trend which is being used. The planned obsolescence, inbuilt in obsolescence, is a negative business strategy of internationally creating inferior products that becomes obsolete, often a certain time. Manufacturers use this strategy to push the customers to upgrade in order to drive their sales. As a result, business thrives, but it includes wasteful spending of the money. It also happens. Right. These are all major obsolescence. Now we have confined only with obsolescence of machinery. So I have not touched the rest of the parts. If you take a garment, jeans material has come, which has replaced most of the other material. Now the jeans material is being also torn and then worn to see that it is being repeatedly sold. Yeah, unwanted trend is being there to create a market for that. I can give you any number of examples on this, not only on machine. Then comes, what is the condition? What is the condition of the machine is also important. A very good condition means it can give the effect for which it has been designed, manufactured and executed. If it has to work for 100 hours, it will work for 100 hours. And it's being worked for 100 hours. That's a very good condition. There's one more condition where you remove very and say good condition. That is, if you maintain the machine, if you replace the components when and required, if it is being lubricated adequately, if rest of the components are being used in the right way, if it is being operated by a good operator, then it's a good machine. The first one is designed to produce the exact requirement as such. The second one is, if you maintain it, will give the same result. That's a good condition. Fair condition, if a machine delivers goods lesser than the rated capacity and if it requires general repairs and or minor replacements to raise the level of utilization to the near the rated output, it is classified under a fair condition. Poor condition is the machine delivers output very much lower than the rated condition, and if the machine requires extensive repairs or replacements, it's a poor condition. What is the use of spending so much of money to see that the old machine is being rectified made into a good machine? And the component wise, if the cost of input that are going to give to make it more useful, that is more when compared to the new machine itself, then that is in the poor condition, which is not required. Then comes a scrap condition. You have no use at all. It is to be made as a scrap. So these are all the certain terminologies that we are likely to understand. Application of these factors to ascertain the present market value of the machine. Depreciation value of for the purpose of valuation is replacement value minus depreciation value. Present worth of the value of the machine can fetch on sale in the open market without any abnormal conditions of sale between a willing buyer and a willing seller. As a valuer, you might have heard about this willing seller and willing buyer. In the normal condition, without influencing anybody, if there is a market, then that is a fair market value. So, if FB be the factor of functional obsolescence, FE be the factor of economic obsolescence, and FC be the factor of condition, then depreciated value into FB, into FE, into FC is supposed to be the present worth of the machine. I have another 10 minutes. I will utilize this. Now, life expectancy. Sir, I have another 10 minutes. Don't worry. If the life expectancy of the, what is the life expectancy? The span column is expected. Life expectancy is not common for all the machines at all times. Moreover, one more thing which you are supposed to understand is, suppose a motor is running for 8 hours in a shift. And if it can work for about 30 years, I need a reply for this. Those who are not actually listening to it, kindly listen. If a motor can run for 30 years in a shift, during the working days, that is 300 days in a year, the lifespan is about 30 years. Suppose if the same motor is being used for all the 3 shifts, what will be the lifespan? Will it reduce to 10, or it will be in between 10 and 30, or it will be 30? Any reply? In between. It is not 10. You cannot proportionately reduce the. The only thing is, you keep on maintaining it also. Like you maintain for 30 years for a motor on a single shift, you have to maintain the motor for even for 3 shifts. So the lifespan will not be 30. It cannot be proportionally 10 for 3 shifts. It will be in between. And as I said, I'll circulate a copy of this, either by email or a physical copy. I think Subedar will be able to give a physical copy, maybe before the end of the day itself, I don't know. I have given a list of machineries and the expected life. Hydroelectric about 30 years, steam electric is about, and for common use, transformers about 35 years, switchgear including cables and connections about 20 years. I have given the lifespan of various machines that I had come across, that I have seen, that I have studied. And it varies. Nowhere else it is stated as 20 years or 30 years. Office furniture and fixtures, if it is properly maintained, 20 years. Office equipments, about 10 years. Internal wiring, about 15 years. Street light fittings, 15 years. Other than motors, apparatus other than motors, 7 years. Motors, 20 years. So I have given a list here. Now, let me come to the conclusion of it. And I have one more slide also which I will show. Mere depreciation by the number of years of usage is not the valuation. If the valuers are under the impression that if they apply the depreciation to the replacement value, whatever the value you get is not the real value of the machine. It is a theoretical depreciated value of the machine. Please understand, it is a theoretical depreciated value of the machine. You cannot sell the machine for the depreciated value that you have arrived in the market, because all other factors are there inbuilt to see that the value is derated. When you couple everything, it becomes a derating factor. Am I understandable? Have I expressed correctly? Come, tell me, sir. Right. And the next question is, does it occurs only to the missionaries? Of course, this I took it as the last slide, because I know that most of the people are only land and building valuers. what is the obsolescence in civil structures? There are three. Functional obsolescence, everywhere it is three: functional, economical, and physical. Functional obsolescence occurs when a property loses the value due to architectural design, building style, size, outdated amenities, local economic conditions, and change in technology. This can be further classified as architectural obsolescence and technical obsolescence also on civil. I'm not mentioning about a machinery here. Machinery part is over. On civil. So 2 minutes, I have time, I'll finish it off. Economic obsolescence occurs when a property loses value because of the external factors such as local traffic pattern changes or the construction of the public nuisance type. For example, there is a 3-star hotel I live in Trichy. There is a 3-star hotel where the hotel has been built. After some time, a bus depot came just opposite to that. Will it have the same value? It will not. There is no mistake on the hotel. It's a 3-star hotel with 5 floors, with all amenities, everything is there, but has lost the value within a couple of months because of a depot, government depot, the bus came just opposite to that. So this is economic obsolescence. Physical obsolescence is mismanagement. Physical obsolescence occurs when the property loses its value due to gross mismanagement and physical neglect resulting to deferred maintenance. That also happens. Most of the houses, probably if we don't occupy, if we leave it as such, it loses its value. A house under occupation has got a better value when compared to a house which is not being occupied. Am I right? You are all civil valuers. So please do not be carried away only with the age and depreciation factor. It applies to plant and machinery as well as also civil properties. And for example, I have given some examples. Rooms of improper size, no longer useful, such as a coal chute or a gas fire furnace, out of date plumbing, heating, and electrical fixtures of the system, inadequate insulation, unsuitable architecture style, construction material that require excessive maintenance. These are all some of the aspects which is to be seen on a building valuation also. Here, on a building valuation, obsolescence can be fixed into two things. One is rectifiable, other is non-rectifiable. If it is rectifiable, you spend some money, rectify it, and then use it, where the loss is less. If it can't be rectified, then it is to be demolished, and then we should go for a new one. Here, your age of about 60 years for a RCC building, 40 years for your asbestos building, these are all will not work out. Apply your mind. Don't go in a preconceived manner to any other place before valuation. Your eyes may differ from that of mine. I may have a different look. He may have a different look. We may not agree on every point. I may feel that it's a better job. He may feel that it is not better. So unless until you see the property, you cannot decide about the proper value. That too for huge concerns, where crores and crores have been invested. You cannot go in for a valuation just like that, merely with number of years alone. Thank you, sir. I think I'm at the right time, dot time. Thank you. This is what I wanted to present.
Knowledge rich and knowledge rich lecture with powered by information. So now I request our executive director, Mrs. Shushmita Dey, to facilitate him with the memento and flower.
If you are happy and if you feel that this lecture has been useful, please inform them so that they will be able to communicate to me. If you feel that it's not okay, during lunch hours, you please tell me. I will be able to clarify in case of any doubt. Any question to me?
Said that, yes, the site visit is required, site visit is must. You have rightly said, the site visit.
It's a must.
You have to see the machine, or you have to see the building, that is the must. Yes, rightly said, rightly said.
So thank you, sir. And here is one announcement. Actually, Mr. Arun has submitted this paper to us, but unfortunately for different constraints, we cannot provide you the hard copy of the material. And we are promising now to distribute it through mail, as well as it will be given to our group. So everyone will get the soft copy of this material. Our next deliberation is of Mr. Ashok Kumar Boishyo. He will deal some case studies of valuation on leasehold property and capital gain tax. Mr. Boishyo is the valuer of income tax, faculty member and chairman appellate panel, RVO ESMA Foundation. And we will take around 5 minutes for this presentation to start. So kindly bear with us.
এটা একটু এদিকে বের করে এখানে চার্জারটা লাগিয়ে দিন। কি নামে আছে বলুন স্যার?
প্রথমটাই আছে।
আমি লোগোটা ডিলিট করে দিচ্ছি, এই লোগোটা আমাদের নয়, হ্যাঁ ডিলিট করে দিচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা,
না এটা তো আমাদের পুরনো লোগো। কোন দিকে চার্জার? ওদিকে চার্জার আছে কি? এটাই তো চার্জার। না না আপনি কি চার্জ? না না এটা ইনার চার্জার না। দিন দিন স্যার, দিন চার্জার। এটা এটা বাম দিক ডান দিক
আসেনি তো।
হ্যাঁ ওটা এসে যাবে। কারণ
এই তো পেজ ডাউনটাই তো দেবো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ পেজ ডাউনটাই দেবে, এসে যাবে এসে যাবে। পেজ
ব্যাক করে
স্যার আপনার এইটা চলে আসছে কেন বারবার?
this particular topic. Let me start. I have selected this topic. First one is case study valuation upon leasehold property, and second one, capital gain tax. Myself, Ashok Kumar Boisho, I am in this valuation field in more than 2 decades, and prior to, as an in managerial level in a public sector undertaking in an engineering company. So I have selected these 2 topics because normally I find in my career that this type of approach or using these formulas and procedures generally not maintained by our valuers. They adopt, in leasehold property concern, they adopt state cut, taking into account that this is as good as freehold property. Anyway, first one is leasehold property. এটা যাচ্ছে না কেন? এটা ডাউন করব। ও করছে। এটা ইউজ করবো।
কি করবেন ইউজ? মানে মাউসটা লাফি লাফি চলে যাচ্ছে।
পেনড্রাইভ অফ করে দাও।
এবার আপনি এইটা থেকে নেক্সট করবেন, এই যে এইগুলো দেখে নিন, এইগুলো নেক্সট দেখলেন পকেটের মতো।
Oh, acha, sorry. So, as you know, in leasehold property valuation, leasehold property generally, this is the lessor, that is the freeholder, generally this list out their property for the prospective user to so that some reasons, some promoting the economic use of it, or for income purpose, or some litigation there for transferring property. And lessee who are, instead of owning the property, he is using the property. That is, the leasehold property is 2 types. One is your building lease, another is your occupancy lease. So building lease is generally land and thereupon building is there, whether it may be a flat or some spaces, commercial spaces, and that is already built there, and he is offering, the lessor is offering this property for particular use, and against it, he is expecting some his income. Generally, occupancy lease in for a short time, say 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, and another is your building lease. Building lease is generally it is for long-term use, so land is offered here, and the prospective user, that is the leaseholder, is to carry out his structure according to the use on his own cost, and he is using as per the terms and condition. The leasehold property beauty is there is some registered instrument for this between the lessor and lessee, and also it can be against mortgaging it, bank or financial institute, can take some financial assistance from them. So first of all, both this case study, I have personally involved there. First of one is your leasehold property valuation. This is a poultry feed manufacturing unit. is at Rishi Bankim Shilpa Udyan, WEIDC Industrial Park, Kollani Expressway, Noihati, West Bengal, with lease terms of land as under. You know, in lease deed that there are certain terms are specified there. Lessor is here is West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation, a nodal agency of Government of West Bengal. The lease period, it is mentioned there, 99 years. That is the total period. Area of land is 3 acre. Date of commencement of lease, 2011, January. That means unexpected period, in unexpired period of lease, 87 3/4 years. Date of commencement of lease, that is given. Lease premium, 1 crore 56 lakhs something, and lease rent 500 rupees 500 per annum per acre at the time of grant of lease, subject to increase at the end of every 5 years at the 10% of the last rent paid, which presently stands at 4,316 per annum. Here the question is to ascertain lessee's interest in the land. Generally, date of valuation is this 1st April 2022, that is last year. Generally, we valued the property that is the interest holder. In leasehold property, normally 2 interest holders are there. One is lessor and other is lessee. So, unlike freehold property, there is only freeholder. So, entire interest is upon him. So here the question asked is the lessee's interest. Before going to the this topic, we have to this type of it is in our syllabus also prescribed by the IBBI that what is capitalization, what is rate of capitalization, and sinking fund. Sinking fund is related to the lessees only, and again year purchase. Year purchase, that is the capital sum required to be invested in order to receive annual income of ₹1 for specified period of time at specified rate of interest. So this is the year purchase, that is in the numerator capital value into ₹1 divided by rate of capitalization. This is the empirical formula. Now, I am giving you a, sorry. I prepared a sketch of this industrial area, but it is not coming here. So it's a 3-acre land. I prepared a sketch for this, but unfortunately it is not, I am unable to showing. Shubhankar? আমি এটা একটা স্কেচ করেছিলাম, এটা ট্যাব দিলে তো আসে, এখানে আসছে না কেন? এটার উপরে না না না, এই আগের পেজটা নাও, এইটাকে আমি ইয়ে করবো, আমাদের পিডিএফে ওই নকশাটা আছে, এটা তো দেখাবেন। ঠিক আছে, So I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm unable to produce that sketch here. It is not showing the PDF form. Anyway, the land is under leasehold right, that is the building lease. Only the land and infrastructure is provided by the lessor of a limited company allotted by the WBIDC as lessor for setting up a poultry pellet feed mill factory unit with the terms as under. That is given lease period, unexpired period of lease, premium, and lease rent. This is all given in the, so. The scope of work is to work out, the scope of valuation is to work out lessee's interest, that is the term value, in accordance of established valuation practice. Here, area of land 3 acre, circle rate, generally we find in the government website, in a particular Mauja or police station, it is provided. Use of land, Karkhana land per acre, 359.68 lakhs. Present allotment rate as premium of leasehold land, that is, we find in the WBIDC that web chart, that is the rupees 99.53 lakhs per acre at WBIDC, Rishi Bankim Shilpadhan. It is in Naihati. Adopted market rate of Karkhana land, we, valuer has taken 360 lakhs per acre. That is almost to the prevalent market price as per the government website that is taken here. So, full rental value of land, assuming 6% return, that is remunerative interest 6%, is 1,080. That is the cost of land into 3. 360 into 3 is equal to 1,080. And 0.06 is the 6% interest, that is 6 by 100. That is 64.8 lakhs. Again, I added here estimated cost of land development. Certain development work is to carried out by the lessee himself. That is the taken here rupees 13 lakhs per acre. So, present premium plus development cost is equal to, that is the 3, that is 64.8 plus 13, present premium development cost is premium plus development cost. Premium already I found, I worked out here. Premium given by the $1,56,000, that is there, 90,600. Present allotment rate and 108060. Now that is comes here 112.53 lakhs per acre, and is equal to 337.59 for 3 acre. That is per acre, 337.59. Here, year purchase to be calculated. So for we have to find out what is the lessee is profiting from here, because he has given some premium, he developed the land, and we will compare it to the prevalent market rate. So that is the job we have to take in here. So first of all, year purchase for total period 99 years, assuming return 6%, that is 16.615. So a practicing valuer, they may get from the valuation table, a chart is tabulated form, the number of years and your percentage of interest. So from there, or we can use the formula. I have applied here the formula, that is the year purchase formula, that is involving two components, that is remunerative interest I and number of years n. So I put here this value, that is the 1 plus I, that is 0.06 to the power 99, that is 1 divided by 320.01, divided by 0.06, that is again I. That will get in this way also, 16.615. We generally, as per the syllabus, it is there in our syllabus, what is the formula of year purchase and how to arrive it by applying this formula. So 16, so this capital value we are converting it to the, in terms of year purchase. Now equivalent rent we have to find out. What is the equivalent rent of that 3-acre land? 337.59 lakhs for 99 years at 6% interest. That is, to divide that 337.59 divided by that YP, 16.615. That is the capital value divided by the year purchase. So annual equivalent rent is per year, that is rupees 20.318 lakhs. And we have to add present annual rate. As per the terms, it is there, certain 500 per acres rent per acre. That is at present with the increase of 10% per year, 0.043. So virtual rent would be, that is 9 plus 10, that is the 20.318 plus 0.043, which comes 20.361 lakhs. Now, what is the profit rent? When profit in the sense of that lessee, profit rent per annum, that is 64.8 lakhs, that is already derived as the prevailing market rate per year, minus that 20.361, that is BF 11. So profit rent in terms of that lessee, it is 44.439 lakhs. Now, knowing that that profit rent per month, then again YP is required for, that is year purchase required for remaining period, because lessee's interest lying on the remaining period. So as you know, this remaining lessee's interest in a span of 99 years, when he is approaching that 99 years, more he is approaching to that year, the less interest he would be. So here you have to only 7 years that is gone. So 87.75 years, assuming return 6% again, sinking fund 2.5%. That is the dual rate that we generally, it is in our syllabus, that in case of finding the year purchase, lessee's interest, we have to take the dual rate interest. So 6% is the normal remunerative interest, and 2.5% is the accumulative interest. So this is dual rate. So that is in the next page, that comes to 15.82. Again, the formula is there by applying year purchase, sinking fund formula, ASF, annual sinking fund, termed with S. It is small r divided by 1 plus r to the power n, like this. So we put the small r, that is the accumulative interest, and the denominator 1 plus 0.025 to the power remaining years, n, that is the 86.75, that comes to, 87.75, this much, 0.0033. So YP is equal to, here for dual rate YP formula is a little different. That is the 1 divided by denominator I plus S. I is the remunerative interest, 0.066% interest, and 0.033 just we have calculated, that is 0.0033. So that in that way we can also find 15.82 year purchase, or we can directly get it from the table, valuation table. So term value of lessee's interest in the land, that is his profit rent, that is 44.439 into that YP. That is the capital amount into 15.82, 703.02 lakhs. That is the land value. It is derived by this, because lessees have using this leasehold land. So that part is to, as per the terms, his value of the land according to his part comes to this much. And if it is given the other component, that is the building, structure, plant and machinery, then we can, because it is all directly purchased by the lessee, so it will be as per standard practice, it will be there. So this is the way out of this using that leasehold formula, unless you are trying that it is as good as freehold, so 99 years as if taken by to state cut generally adopted by, but the correct procedure is applying, that is the using this leasehold formula, remaining period, that is the premium and that rent, because in leasehold land allotted, one is your premium, one-time payment, and another is your rent, yearly rent, just like your khazna or land revenue to the government. So two parts there. So we have taken here both the component here. So this is the technique, you know. I am again repeating here for your convenience. The question of this part is lease period. Premium amount is given, lease rent is there. Scope of work is valuation to carry ascertain lessee's interest, that is the term value as per the terms. So we first find out what is the prevailing rate of the area. So we can find it from the government circle rate, or you can, that is there. So also at the same time, since it is available in the website of WBIDC Lesser, so we have mentioned there, because Lesser, this government nodal agency, they develop some industrial park to promote the industry in the state. Every state has industrial development like this company. So they, in West Bengal also there are different industrial park, in the other state also. They acquired the land, they developed the land with infrastructure, that is the leveling, earth filling, whatever may be, electrical supply, and etc., etc. Then rest is on the lessees. If he is interested, according to his needs, he will apply for the, or if it is okay, then he have to comply with the terms and condition. So full rental value of land, 6% interest, 64.8. So this is the estimated cost of land development, 13 lakhs per acre. It's a standard practice by square feet, land value 4 feet or 5 feet like this. present premium plus development cost you have to add it here for 3-acre land. Then you have to calculate year purchase for entire period. That is the standard formula is there. Then your annual equivalent rent of that particular the premium plus development cost, that is 20.318 lakhs. Add it with the annual rent, which is minimum, though minimum 0.043. Totality, in total, it is 20.361. Then we calculate the profit rent, and which comes here for 64.8 minus 20.361, 44.439 lakhs. Then we calculate the year purchase for the remaining period with dual rate interest, that is there. And next, to find out the annual sinking fund to get year purchase, because in year purchase, S is there, one component, so we have to find the S, that is the sinking fund. So that is there. So we arrived here 15.82. Otherwise, if you straight taken as per if it is considered as good as freehold, then it would be as previously 16 point something. So that is there. If the lessee's part is remaining less, then it will be less. So value will be less, lessee's interest. So term value finally, we have to lesser interest in the land, that is, multiply this profit rent into that year purchase for the remaining period. So we also, as our education, as per the IBBI syllabus, we also impart the teaching there as per syllabus. This all we discuss. The hope that the valuers will, because this the bankers or our client, they do not get so much. So it is the duty of valuer to incorporate it. So to get it the transparency, what is the lessee's interest in that part. So with this, I conclude here this portion, that is the leasehold property valuation. Anything that you have not, anyone understood, or he can ask me. So I am going to the next one, that is the capital gain valuation. Capital gain tax valuation, you know that in valuation, purpose of valuation is a factor. For what purpose we are assigned to the valuation. That is it is also prescribed in the format. Here for capital gain tax calculation, for bank purpose or lease purpose, or to ascertain the rent, etc., for mortgage, for amalgamation, for various purposes, the valuation is undertaken. But capital gain tax valuation, it is for as per the income tax guideline. That is the problem is a residential flat on the 5th floor. So job of an asset valuer is to calculate the value of the asset as on 2001, as per the present practice, 2001. Rest, if it is 2023, if it is 9, that will be taken care by the accountant who will file the this valuation. He will, as per the index, he will multiply that value to the present one, and accordingly that this capital gain tax calculated by the accountant people. But for asset valuers, we have to calculate that valuation report for the year 2001. Now, it is not. Now what is capital gain? Meaning of capital gain, there is short-term capital gains and long-term. Generally, we the asset valuers are interested with that long-term capital gain. That is, value is final sale price minus index cost of acquisition plus index cost of improvement in any cost of transfer, where index cost of acquisition into cost inflation index. So here, this is the this is a flat, in a complex at Howrah. So as per the standard practice of income tax format, we have to abide by that, because it will examine by the income tax department of Government of India. So I followed this income tax that format. Well, that is as per standard practice, purpose of valuation, date of valuation, then name of owner such and such. Next is properties and joint or partnership, address of the property. All are normal, premises number, ward number, corporation. That is the survey number. Since it is in the corporation area, only that is ward number, corporation is sufficient. Property, that is all as per the format we have to fill out. Now land is your this much. This is in undivided share. So road, streets meant to be mentioned, freehold or it is a freehold land. So if leasehold not applicable, so this is the all are there. As per that. Now the important is whether any improvements there or not. Here, the floor plan, generally it is advised you have to provide it. Here, unfortunately, I am not providing you that floor plan and this site plan. That is the type of construction. All as a valuer, normal practice, we provided to be provided. There is a year of construction, 1991, remaining 68. Super built area, 1472 square feet, and corresponding covered area, this much. RERA, as per RERA, 1200 square feet. Now, owner occupied, rents. Rents, it is not related here because of owner occupation. Now, sales. Here, the important thing is, we, as per the guideline, we have to take that sale comparison method. In acquisition also, generally we the asset valuers are refer only our assumptions in the prevailing market rate. But for government purpose, it is required the sale comparison relevant. So this is, here, a valuer that is to search in the registry office, he can get it. That is the book number similar in the area, that is Dobson Road, in the other premises number, some other purchaser, that is the rate there, 718 per square feet at the year 2001. And second instance, another deed in other premises, 46, same area, seller is different, purchaser is different, that is 800 per square feet. So since here the flat is nearer to this second one, I have taken, again to mention what is the present market value. That is the year of 2022, that is there, 5500 per square feet there. And residential, that is, you can get it from government website or residential site, that is, you can mention here, it is asked for. So I have taken here 800 per square feet. The basis is part 2 valuation as per the 2 reference I have taken from registry office. That is 2 instances I already given, 700 something and 800. So I have taken 800 per square feet because it is relevant here. So here, since it is now the valuation part, so that is area is 1472 square feet. So methodology you have to mention it as per the IVS. So this is the market approach, sale comparison method, and this much methodology, and adopted market rate, as I told you, 800 per square feet. That is there, serial number 1388, already I mentioned here. So that is the 20% I increased because some locational position and it's a complex one and it is on the prime area, such and such. You can add it to there. I add it here 20%, which is very much reasonable. That is finally 960 per square feet. So since the flat is 10 years old at the year 2001, so 65 years remain, I have calculated here 12%. So for the renovation, that is the improvement of flat carried out in 2000. I came to know from the, also I physically verified, so that is the cost estimated there, 4,40,000 rupees at the year 2000. So renewal of floor breakup is there, 240, and this decorative false ceiling, and this wall fixed showcase like that, altogether 440. That is valuation calculation, that is 960 per square feet I have taken. So that is 14,13,120. That is the market value. Then depreciation I deducted, taken at the time of 2001, 500 per square feet, 88,000 like that. So market value I arrived 13,24,000 something, and add for improvement 4,40,000. So fair market value of the flat is 17,64,000 in the year 2001. So conclusion here. So again, in the it is drawn as per the syllabus, as per the format of the income tax department. So that is to be followed. And I will mention here, I find in many valuations, no comparative sales method they are using, the valuers who are interested upon. But that is not the right one. That's why these two topics are selected. I request all the practicing valuer to adopt correct method which can be done, the way of valuation. So that is, I think, anything you need more clarification, you can ask for this hour, or otherwise I conclude here. So part 2 is declaration as per the format, that is in every valuation it is there. So this is what two topics we have selected in this period, half an hour period. So may I conclude here? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for this technical lecture. I'd request our Executive Director, Mrs. So our one of the executives, Mrs. Purnima, to facilitate our independent director as well as faculty member, Mr. Ashok Kumar Boisho. Please. Purnima. Now, I have to declare here that we have our honorable guest, Professor Obhirup Sarkar from West Bengal Infrastructural Development and Finance Corporation. Please, sir, you just take your seat in the stage. And I'm also request to our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Subrata Datta, to accompany him. I'd request Mr. Amitav De to come to the stage. Mr. De, to facilitate Professor Sarkar and so I would request Professor Sarkar if he just speaks something for this this event.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. I am no expert in valuation, I must admit. But what I'm going to talk about, very little actually, I don't have much to talk about. What I intend to talk about is my experience with valuation. Valuation is very important, of course. And my first experience with valuation was when I was a member of the Unit Area Assessment Committee of Kolkata Corporation. The problem was that, Calcutta was to be divided into a number of areas. I think 7 areas. And the rates of taxes, wealth taxes, were going to be different across these areas. So the problem was how to demarcate these areas, how to, how to go about it. What determines the potential tax base of a particular area? That was the question. Now, valuation was obviously had to be done, but there were problems. Problem was that, I think an example would make it clear. Suppose we consider Boro Bazar area. Now, in Boro Bazar, the houses are very old. If you go by the rentals, rentals are also very, very old. So you cannot simply, value the area based on the current rental. Rentals are maybe 100 years old even, Boro Bazar, Chitpur area. But these spaces are sublet and the subleasees are paying much higher rental. So, the problem was that if you go by the the current rental, you cannot arrive at the correct valuation. On the other hand, if you go by the, some kind of perceived market value was obviously is very, very high in Boro Bazar, then the house owners, they actually protested. They said that we are getting very little rent from the tenants. Some of the, some of the rents are 150 years old, 5 rupees, 10 rupees. Now, if you go by the current market valuation and impose a lot of taxes on us, we are not going to pay. We are unable to pay. So that was a big problem, and I think KMC has not been able to solve it as yet. DL Banerjee was with us. That's when I came to know him. But this was a big problem. I don't know how to solve this problem, of course, because I am no valuer. But this is a real problem. Later, before introducing unit area assessment, we had a number of interactions with the public in various places, where the public was supposed to tell us their real problems, and this was one major problem. My other experience was, again, with valuation, when I was chairing the 4th Finance Commission. Now, this is about municipal taxes, and for municipal taxes, you need to value the area, all the houses and all that. And the job is supposed to be done by the state valuation board. And they are supposed to value each area every 5 years. But that is hardly done. That is the problem. When we had meetings with them, we found out that, valuations are not done even in 10 years, 15 years. So what is the problem? Does the problem lie with the valuation board, or does it lie elsewhere? And, well, we found out that often the state valuation board is eager to do the valuation. But the municipal corporation, the elected members, they are not very eager because of political reasons. No one wants to raise taxes, that's for sure. So once you revalue the area, revalue the houses, maybe a house has been rebuilt or repainted or whatever, valuation would increase and taxes would increase, and that was supposed to be not politically palatable. So this was the political problem where, valuation is not done regularly. So these are some of the problems that we faced, but I think valuation is, of course, it doesn't depend upon what I think. Everyone knows that valuation is extremely important. I will just end by sharing with you my experience as West Bengal Finance Corporation Chairman. We have a lot of, historically we have been giving loans which went bad, and we we could seize the assets, but it was very difficult to value those assets. Before we could put them up for sale, go for an auction, it was, valuation I found was always sort of arbitrary. So I think the job that you have taken up, training people to value assets of different types, financial assets and other types of assets, it's a very, very important job for the economy. For the simple reason that suppose I want to take a loan, go to a bank, I have a house or some property, and the amount of loan that I can get depends upon the valuation of my property. If that valuation cannot be done properly, I cannot get the loan. And if I cannot get the loan, I cannot do my business. So, in order to have, soundly running economic activity, valuation is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very focused deliberation ornamented with practical experience. And so we are going to next our technical session number 2. Here, the honorable speaker here, Mr. Kanchan Dotto, and he will speak on pre-packaged insolvency resolution process under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Mr. Dotto is a registered valuer under IBBI and insolvency professional registered with IBBI, faculty member of our organization and advisory committee member, RVO ESMA Foundation. So,
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? I am Kanchan Datto. I have been introduced. I am a chartered accountant by profession, and I am also a registered valuer as well as an insolvency professional. Today the topic is a purely technical topic which is going on from the very morning with respect to valuation, but this is a bit of a digression. A digression in the sense that we are dealing with a topic which is not directly related to valuation, but it is intricately related. It is not directly, but it is intricately related. So we all are aware of the IBC process, the insolvency and bankruptcy process, and the valuers have played a very important role in the insolvency and bankruptcy process, which started in 2016 December, and now we have crossed a 7 years journey. Now, this prepackaged insolvency resolution process is also a part of the IBC Code 2016, but it has been introduced in 21, and it has completed a 2-year journey, but it has not yet gained enough popularity as it is not as popular as the CIRP process. Till date, only 4 cases has been admitted. This is as per the IBBI newsletter of December 22. Only 4 cases has been done. So one of the objective of the of this whole exercise is to bring more awareness into this pre-packed insolvency process, which is also a part of the IBC code, but it is different from the CIRP process, which most of the members, including myself, I as a registered valuer, is fully aware of. So let us understand the journey. But before we go, we will first understand what exactly is the CRP process, 1 or 2 slides on that. Where did we land up during this last 7 years? And how is the this pre-pack, which is popularly known as the pre-pack insolvency process, is different from the CIRP process. So this is again, I have taken it from my earlier slide. This Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code was passed by the Lok Sabha in May 2016, and it came into effect in December 2016. Prior to this, this essentially dealt with, this was supposed to deal with the resolution of stressed assets. Prior to that, stressed assets, as it was known as the non-performing assets, or it could be stress in various forms. It may not be a non-performing asset, but still it was a stressed asset. So, I mean, people had reposed their faith on the corporate in terms of lending money or supplying goods or services, but the corporate debtor could not repay or honor its commitments towards its financial creditors or the operational creditors. And operational creditors includes workmen, he couldn't pay salaries and so on and so forth. The company was under financial stress. And to alleviate the stress or to deal with the stress, the IBC code was framed. And if we see that prior to the formation of IBC code, there were multiple laws. There were multiple laws which was dealing. Still, few of them exist. For example, SURFACE exists. Presidency Town and Insolvency Act also exists today, as of today. So this was framed, and this was supposed to give. And the objective of the code, if we come to the right-hand side, the objective of the code was to resolve it in a time-bound manner for maximization of the value of the assets, promote entrepreneurship, availability of the credit, balance interest of all the stakeholders, where there were various stakeholders, the financial creditors, the operational creditors, the workmen, the government, all these stakeholders to balance their interest, and alteration in the priority of the code in the payment of the government dues. Earlier, what we had in the earlier regime prior to 2016, before IBC code came in, that the government used to extract its money first. The government, it was a sovereign right. The sovereign right, if any was under a stress, the government would extract its money first. But after the advent of IBC code, the priorities of the payment to the government took a back seat, and the payments to the workmen as well as to the financial creditors took a prior seat over the government dues. So this was the framework, and it started its journey in December 2016. Who could apply? For example, if I was aggrieved, I was a financial creditor, I had lent money to the corporate debtor, I could apply and the whole process was very formal. The adjudicating authority was the NCLT, the National Company Law Tribunal. It was the adjudicating authority. And to the adjudicating authority, the financial creditors under Section 7 of the IBC Code could apply and state that, my lord, I am aggrieved, my payments are not coming in, so you put it under IBC and let a corporate resolution take place. So operational creditors were also there, the people who had supplied goods and services, and the corporate debtor itself could apply for relieving of the stress or going through a corporate resolution. So these were the three applicants, and the whole process was very formal. You go to NCLT, there was no pre-formal or stage. So there was no informal stage, or there was no stage which was prior to the formal stage. So that is the difference between this, the CIRP and the pre-pack. In the pre-pack, we would see that there is an absolute informal stage which goes on, where the borrower and the lender sit down and try to decide. But in the CIRP, the whole process was formal, it was absolutely legal. You go to NCLT, and the NCLT, it comes under IBC code, and the whole negotiation takes place. So these were the three applicants. I will give a quick overview of the process. Once under Section 7 or Section 9 or Section 10, the application was done, it was admitted, and it was NCLT admitted the CIRP process would start, and a moratorium would be declared during the period. Nobody could initiate any legal cases against the corporate debtor. Then there would be a public announcement in the paper stating that this is a company or this is a corporate which is undergoing a CIRP, and a resolution professional, an interim resolution professional would be appointed. As you are aware, that interim resolution professional, as IBBI regulates the profession of the registered valuer, IBBI also regulates the profession of IRPs or the resolution professionals. So an IRP would be appointed. The IRP's job would be to accept the claims from the various parties. Through the public advertisement, it would advertise in the newspaper stating that whoever has a claim against the company, please come forward, and within 14 days of this advertisement, you are supposed to submit it to the interim resolution professional. And once the interim resolution professional collates all the data, within 30 days, it has to form a committee of creditors. And in that committee of creditors, in the first meeting of committee of creditors, the committee of creditors would essentially normally comprise of the financial creditors only, but there are certain exceptions to this. But broadly, the financial creditors would form a part of the COC. And in the first meeting of the COC, the IRP will be either be replaced or he will be appointed. Once he is appointed, and it has to be intimated and it has to be approved by the adjudicating authority, he becomes the resolution professional. Now the job of the resolution professional is to resolve or come to an understanding between the creditors that how to go forward with the revival of the company or the corporate debtor which is under stress. There is definite timeline to this process. Initially it was 180 days plus 90 days, which could be extended by 90 days, but later on it was again extended by another 30 days. So effectively, including exclusions, the total time period now given is 330 days. So the RP, once he is appointed, his job is to, in a CIRP matter, his job is to appoint registered valuers. I mean, we collectively, as you are aware, there are three classes of registered valuers: the land and building, the plant and machinery, and the securities and financial assets. So if the corporate debtor has all the three classes of assets, three registered valuers would be appointed. And there will be two sets, one set of three registered valuers, another set of three registered valuers. So in all, it could be 6 registered valuers who would value, and he would arrive at that figure, and the resolution process will continue. And the resolution, he will again advertise in the newspaper asking for resolution plans to be given. So the resolution plans will come forward, the RP will examine, and it will put forward to the COC, the Committee of Creditors, who will examine, and either they may approve it or they may reject it. Or they may approve it, the RP may approve it, the COC may approve it, but the adjudicating authority has to go to the adjudicating authority for approval. So all the three approvals have to take place, and once the three approval takes place, it is resolved with the new resolution applicant. The company starts moving in its new journey, in its new avatar, with the new resolution applicant. The company is revived. The stress which was undergoing through the resolution plan, the stress is much relieved, and the company is revived, and it starts its new journey under perhaps a new promoter, and the economy as well as the banks are relieved that an asset has been recovered. But assuming that this doesn't go through, then the company goes into liquidation. So I'm not getting into the liquidation process, but this was in a nutshell the CIRP process which was we were undergoing all these days. Now, what has been the result of this? The journey, this data is from the IBBI newsletter of December. As of 20th December 2020, a total of 6,199 CIRPs have commenced. Okay, I mean, the applications has been filed. The application has been filed either under Section 7 or Section 9 or Section 10. And out of this, 4,199 has been closed. That is out of CIRP process. 894 settled prior to admission. So which means that I as a financial creditor, maybe I am say ABC Bank, I have filed a Section 7 application, and the corporate debtor comes forward and tells me that no, you please, before admission, let us sit down and let us settle it out among ourselves. Okay, and that's a good benefit out of the whole IBC. I mean, people don't talk about only the resolutions and the approvals of resolution plans or the liquidation, but people do not talk about this 894 cases which have been settled prior to admission. So there is a deterrent among the promoters that what it says is that please behave well, please try to be within the four boundaries of the law, and then only we can survive. So 894 cases have been settled prior to admission. 793 has been withdrawn. So once it is admitted, there is a section called 12A by which you can withdraw. The buyer and the financial creditor and the corporate debtor can sit together by saying that no, let's resolve it within there are norms within 30 days after the formation of COC. Then 90% of the voting power of the COC they will have to approve. But there are ways and means of withdrawing the application even after it is admitted. And that has happened with 793 cases, 611 approvals of resolution plan, 1901 orders for liquidation. So as I said, the logical conclusion if a resolution plan doesn't take place, a resolution doesn't take place, it goes towards liquidation. So 1901 cases have gone for liquidation. So orders have been placed, and 2,000 are ongoing. So that adds up to, I think, 6199. So 45% of the cases have landed up in liquidation. And what has been the result of these? So this is another slide which is again taken from the IBBI newsletter of December 2022. So if you see on the first row, the CIRP has been initiated by the financial creditor. On the left, I'm talking of the block on the left. The CIRP has been initiated by financial creditor, operational creditor, or the corporate debtor, which is Section 7, Section 9, and Section 10. And the CIRPs which has yielded resolution plans. Okay, so that has culminated in resolution plan. So if we see the third row, realization by creditors as a percentage of their claim. For the applications which had been initiated by the FCs, it is 32.4. By the OCs, it is 16.7, and CDs, it is 18.3, which is 30.4 in altogether. So the creditors have realized 30.4% of their claims, which is not a very exciting number. And the average time taken for closure of the CIRP, I'm talking about the total column, which is 587 days. So initially, when we started the journey, we said that an application has to be admitted. Once it is applied, it has to be admitted within 14 days. And once it is admitted, the whole process would cover within 330 days. But we are aware of the adjudicating process and the whole legal process. I myself have handled around 14, 15 cases. That it is mired in litigation. There are various ways and means where we can slow down the process. And that's exactly what has happened. I mean, CIRPs which are yielding in resolution plans, they have taken an average of, if I take all the application classes together, it is 587 days. CIRPs that are yielding in liquidation, if we go to the last column, liquidation as a percentage of claim is 7.1, and the average time taken for closure is 437 days. So these, so I will take you to note these two numbers. One is the percentage of realization, that's one, which is not a very exciting number, and the average time for the closure of the process, which is, it ranges between 437 to 587 days. So this is not something what we had initially thought. Initially we had thought that the whole process would be ending by 330 days, but that's what the reality is. That's what the reality. Now, if we go to the timeline of the ongoing, we were talking about closed processes. The timeline of the ongoing processes, if you see the biggest pie, I think you will not be able to read it. It is greater than the gray shade is greater than 270 days. That's the maximum side of the pie. So it is greater than 270 days, the timeline. So 65% of the cases are greater than 270 days. And in liquidation, if you see again, which is more or less the half of the pie, which is 51%. 51% is greater than 2 years. So what I am trying to drive home in this slide also, and the earlier slide I said that realization amount was not very exciting, and the time taken was very high. And this is what I am in this one saying. In the ongoing cases also, this is the same scenario we are looking at as far as the timeline, because it is ongoing, so the realization numbers cannot be plotted, but the timeline can be plotted, and it's taking a huge amount of time. So this is one, what that initial timeline was 330 days, and it is taking an inordinate amount of time. I mean, there are statistics and there are things, but essentially the point with what I am trying to drive home is that timelines are not being adhered to, or it is not being possible to adhere to the timelines. The next slide is the haircut. Haircut is the debt. Haircut is the debt foregone by the lender as a share of the outstanding claim. So I have a claim of 100 rupees and I settle it for 70 rupees. The haircut is 30 rupees or 30% or whatever you call it. So in a parliamentary standing committee on finance pointed out in 2021 that in 5 years of the IBC, creditors on an average had to bear a 80% haircut in more than 70% of the cases. And in close to 33 of the 85 companies so far that owed more than 1,000 crores, lenders had to take a haircut of more than 90%. That's what exactly what we saw from that table which we showed. So essentially, the numbers could be different, but what it is trying to show, and there are various reasons for it. I mean, it is not that the code is defective. I mean, initially the cases went when it was admitted. The amount of asset which was only 20% of the case. So you cannot blame IBC for that. But that's what the reality is. So IBC has been a great enabler, but IBC, you cannot say, if the asset, before it was admitted, and the banks, when it was monitoring the asset, allowed the assets to deteriorate, and the loan amount continued to increase. So when it is admitted to IBC, you just cannot blame by saying that for IBC the haircut, the realization is 20% only. You cannot say that, because it was, originally it was say maybe 21%. Oh, for a period of time it has gone. So essentially through IBC the amount of value lost is maybe 1%. So these were the two limitations on the what we thought. Then there is another issue, that the tribunals are, a lot of seats in the tribunals are vacant. We do not have very competent judges. I mean, we do have very competent judges who are manning them, but to fill the vacancies, we do not have enough pool of competent judges. NCLT should not take, this is one of the reasons, but as you see, when an application is filed, it takes about a year in my experience, it takes a year to get admitted. There are various objections raised and so on and so forth. But one thinks of finding out ways and means of admitting it as soon as possible, although the law says that it has to be admitted by 14 days. Now, another objection is that the interests of the operational creditors are not adequately protected. The whole cake is taken away by the financial creditors and the workmen, which is in the first category of Section 53, which is the waterfall mechanism. The first two lines take care of everything. The people who are below in the 53 model, they are not protected. Another criticism of IBC, what they are saying that in this when a case is admitted, in the NCLT, the creditors take control over the assets. The debtor is out. The directors of the debtors are out, who were running the business for the last, say, 30 years, 40 years. They are out, and the creditors come in. And creditors, through the RP, takes control over the assets. Now the RP, he may be a chartered accountant, he may be an MBA, or he may be a cost accountant. He does not have the wherewithals to run a business. Okay, and that was one of the reasons. What is the criticism of IBC is that a creditor in control mechanism does not work always. So it cannot be a flat thing by saying that the creditor should take control and he should deal with the asset. The choice of the insolvency professional for each particular company and each particular industry becomes very important, and people with adequate knowledge of the industry may come in. But again, the pool of insolvency professionals in India is also it is in the very nascent stage, a 7-year-old profession, so it has to graduate itself as well. So with these limitations or with these experiences in mind, pre-pack insolvency resolution process was introduced in 4th April 2021 through a ordinance, and it is applicable at the moment to MSMEs in India. It is not applicable to anybody else, but there is a lively discussion which is going on that it should be extended to the other corporates. I mean, this is at the discussion stage. I don't think that any law has come into place, or any discussion paper has also come into place on that. IBBI normally, before a change in the law, issues a discussion paper so that there is a lively debate among the people, and the pros and cons of the proposed change is discussed. So no discussion paper has also yet come in, but there is a buzz in the market stating that this should be applicable for because of the inherent advantages, and that is exactly my point today. That what are the advantages of a pre-pack over CIRP in certain cases? So this is a least disruptive to the continuity. What it deviates from is that in the MSME, earlier what we said that the creditor took control, creditor through the IP took control. But what here it says is that no. The creditor, the IP will not take control. It will be in the control of the corporate, it will be in the management of the promoters of the corporate debtor. So that is a big deviation from from a creditor in control regime to a debtor in control regime is the major difference between the two, and that could take away the criticism, that can take the criticism away from IBC by saying that, no, in that case, one of the reasons for not so much of resolution plans coming in was that IP was not involved or IP was not aware of the intricacies of running the business. Here, the promoter himself is running the show, so there could be other reasons for criticizing pre-pack, but this is one area where people are debating on that. So it builds on the trust and honors of honest MSME owners by enabling resolution when the company remains with them. So this is one of the reasons for. So I will skip a few. I think I have a 10-15 minutes more time. So these are the three governing pre-pack framework. Governing framework is comprises of three. One is the code. There are sections which are inserted in the code, section 54 onwards, and then there are rules, and then there are regulations. Then we come to the eligibility. A CD which is an MSME is eligible provided he has committed a default of more than 10 lakhs. That's number one. He is eligible to submit a resolution plan under section 29A of the code. So section 29A of the code specifies who is eligible and who is not eligible. So he should be eligible to submit a resolution plan under section 29A of the code. He has not undergone a pre-pack during the last 3 years preceding the initiation date. There is a date called an initiation date. Has not completed a CIRP during the 3 years of the preceding the initiation date. So he has not gone through a regular CIRP process within 3 years. And he is not undergoing an CIRP. So if I am undergoing a CIRP, I just go to the bank and say that no, let's move it out of the CIRP and let's start negotiating on a pre-pack. And it is not to be liquidated under an order under section 33 of the code. So these are the various stages. Pre-initiation stage, application for initiation. Post-initiation stage, approval of resolution plan and closure of IRP. So there are 5 stages of the pre-pack resolution process. First, we go to the presentation stage. As I said, it is an amalgam between an informal process and a formal process. There is an informal process and there is a formal process. The CIRP, as I said, from the very word go, it is a formal process. You file an application with NCLT and then the process starts. But here in the pre-initiation stage, the owner of the stressed company or the corporate debtor, he sits with the financial creditors, the unrelated financial creditors, and they try to work out a plan. The pre-pack envisages a hybrid process where the pre-initiation stage is largely informal and the post-initiation stage is formal. So it is an amalgam of informal and a formal process and a healthy amalgam of that. The informality at the pre-initiation stage offers flexibility for the CD and its creditors to swiftly explore and negotiate the best way to resolve stress in the business. So they both sit down before getting into it. There is no NCLT in the horizon. There is no application, no NCLT in the horizon. They both sit together and try to find out how to resolve the stress in the business. This is what is known as this is the essence of the pre-initiation stage. So there are certain steps which has to be taken. The members have to pass a special resolution. The CD will prepare the corporate debtor when it goes to the thing. It just cannot walk empty-hand and go to the lender by saying that let's start talking. So you'll have to give him a plan. So this plan is called the base resolution plan. This is called the base resolution plan. The CD will prepare a base resolution plan, submit. It will take necessary approvals in its own organization, a special resolution or a board of directors approval and a special resolution, and then it will go. It will prepare a list of creditors and amounts due to you, and it will seek an approval of the unrelated financial creditors. If you see, there is another slight difference, a technical difference between the committee of creditors and the unrelated financial creditors. In the committee of creditors, you would see that there are related financial creditors also, but they don't have the power to vote on whatever it is. But they are a part of the COC. But here, when we start talking to people, they would be with the unrelated financial creditors. The unrelated financial creditors will appoint one insolvency professional who will guide this pre-initiation process and who may eventually become the resolution professional when the formal process starts. In the meeting of the unrelated financial creditors, the creditors representing not 66% in value of the debt due to each creditor shall approve the filing of the application. So the unrelated financial creditors in their meeting will approve the application of the PRP. So the die is cast. To a large extent, the die is cast. We both have agreed to it, and now we are only normally in a negotiated instrument you don't have a formal process. So it is an amalgam between an informal process and a formal process by which we agree, and then we go to the adjudicating authority by stating that let's now work it out. We have agreed on the plans. Let's work it out. The IP, the insolvency professional who is proposed to be appointed as an RP, shall prepare a report in confirming if the CD is eligible for PPRP, and BRP confirms to the requirements. The the base resolution plan which has been given conforms to that, to the requirements of the law. Only a corporate applicant, as you are aware, that the whole CRP is still applicable to only private limited companies and LLPs, and to a very limited extent to individuals where they are acting as a corporate guarantor. So it has not been extended beyond that. PIRP is also, the pre-pack is also extended to that only. The application for initiation, it will file it with the adjudicating authority. In this case, it is the NCLT, the concerned NCLT. The application should contain, I am not getting into the details, but it will give a declaration by the directors that the whole process is not being done to defraud people. So that is one declaration you need. And others are the very standard documents you need: the audited financial results, the unaudited financial results, a declaration that the CD is an MSME. A proof that the CD is an MSME, that the affidavit stating that the CD is eligible under section 29A of the code, and these are the standard documentations which you have. That should accompany the application. CD to serve a copy of the application to IBBI, it should send a copy to the IBBI also, and within 14 days, as the law says, the adjudicating authority will admit the application, and even if it rejects it, then it will give a 7 days time to the other party to address the other corporate debtor to rectify the defects. The pre-pack shall commence from the date of admission. A moratorium will be declared as per section 14 as in CIRP. The duties of the IP will cease if the application is either not filed within the time period or it is not admitted by IP. So IP was acting as an informal help to the corporate debtor in preparing the documents as per IBC. Now, if it is not admitted, his job ends there. Now we come to the post-initiation stage. It has to be completed within 120 days. But the most important thing which I have underlined is that the management of the affairs of the corporate debtor shall continue to vest with the board of directors of the CD, and in case of the LLP, it is with the partners. So this is the major deviation or the major difference between a CIRP process and a pre-pack process. So the management will of the CD will be with the corporate debtor. This model is popularly known as debtor in control model. So unlike a creditor in control model, it is a debtor in possession model. It's called a debtor in possession model. The role of the RP, which is normally in a CIRP case, that the RP is supposed to protect the assets. Now it gets reversed, and the board of directors of the CD shall make every endeavor to protect and preserve the value of the property in the CD and manage its operations as a going concern. So the responsibility of managing as a going concern lies with the directors of the corporate debtor. And the promoters and members of the personnel of the CD shall exercise and discharge their contractual and statutory rights and obligations in relation to the CD. So all these roles were earlier being played in the CIRP matter was being played by the IP. Now it has to be played by the board of directors. The CD within 22 within 2 days of the PRP commencement shall submit to the RP a list of claims and a fresh BIRP, because time may have passed between the BIRP which was already submitted and a BIRP to the RP. And the RP will make a public announcement. The RP will exercise its powers within, as per section 54F of the code. Now the question comes to the appointment of valuers. Once the RP is appointed, he has to appoint 2 registered valuers, as was the case in CIRP, and for every class of assets, obviously land and building, plant and machinery, and securities and financial assets. And provided the disqualification criteria are the related, he should not be a related party of the CD. The auditor of the CD at any point, any time during the 5 years preceding the prepackaged insolvency commencement date, a director of the insolvency professional entity of which the resolution professional is a director. So resolution professional can be a director in an insolvency professional entity, and a director of that insolvency professional cannot be appointed as the registered valuer, a relative of the registered valuer, and so on and so forth. Okay. So these are very standard disqualifications, but the essence, the takeaway from this slide is that the RP is, as in a case of CIRP, the RP is also here obligated to appoint registered, 2 sets of registered valuers. Then the BRP has already been submitted. It was already prepared earlier during the pre-initiation stage, and the resolution plan, the BRP or the base resolution plan. If the base resolution plan does not impair claims owed to the OC, here the protection of the OCs, which was not there in the CIRP matter, if the BRP does not impair claims owed to the OC, the COC may approve it for submission to the adjudicating authority. So as I said, there are 3 stages. The RP has to approve, the COC has to approve, and COC here comprises of unrelated financial creditors, and the adjudicating authority has to approve. So there are 3 stages. The RP approves, the COC also approves if it does not impair the claims of the operational creditors. The COC may approve and submit to the AA. If the COC does not approve the BRP, now the BRP has undergone a revision and it does not approve for whatever reasons, it does not approve, the RP shall request potential resolution applicants to submit competing resolution plans to the BRP. So there was a base resolution plan, the COC did not approve it, then the RP's role starts. It says that let's invite further resolution plans. And these are called the best alternate plans, BAPs. So there is a question of Swiss challenge method which is being embedded into the system. So you have a base plan, and now the RP is saying the base plan was not approved by the COC because it impaired the claims of the OCs. Now BAP comes into force. So there will be a basis of evaluation and the competing bids will come in, and the competing bids, if they do not come in, then the COC might say that fair enough, there is no competing come in, just protect the claims of the OCs and let's go ahead with the base resolution plan. The COC may consider the BAP, the best alternate plan, for approval if it is significantly better than the BRP. So it is very good. It's very good, and the COC is very satisfied. This is the best we could get under the given situation. But if the BAP is not significantly better than the BRP, then it might tell them to go, please improve your bids. To improve your bids, it may go to the promoters also, and it may go to the alternate plans, please improve your bids. So then the RP may invite them to improve their plans in accordance with the regulations. There are ways and means of doing it. That is given in the regulation 48. The process of improvement shall continue till either the submitters fail to use the option within the time period. So there are no further improvements which are taking place. So the process ends there. The resolution plan having the highest score on completion of the process of improvement shall be considered by the COC for approval. If the COC does not approve, the process terminates. This is another deviation from the CIRP. In the CIRP, there could be withdrawals, or there could be at the every CIRP which does not end in a resolution automatically goes to liquidation. Here it does not. The BRP, the whole process ends, and the owner of the company goes back, and the CIR and the financial creditors go back. They may start on a different process. They may start a different process, but this process does not lead to a logical conclusion of a failed resolution is not liquidation here. They may go back and they may work out something else. So these are processes which might go on and on forth, but this is another significant deviation from the, and this is done for the MSME. It was done during the peak of COVID to protect the interest of the MSME and obviously to protect the value of the assets of the economy. I'm over. Maki, how much? I'll finish this. I'll finish with this. So closure of the PRP process, how does it come to an end? On approval of either the BRP or the BAP by AA, or on the expiry of 90 days, we had a 120 days for the pre-pack process, of which 90 days was carved out for the resolution plans to come in, and 30 days for approval by the AA. The adjudicating authority. But within 90 days, if no resolution is submitted to the AA, then it comes to an end. I mean, both parties go back to each other. On rejection of the resolution plan by the AA, which is the adjudicating authority. As I said, there are three processes: the RP approves, the COC approves, and the AA approves. If the AA rejects, then it comes to an end. The fourth case is on an approval by AA, an application filed by the RP for termination of the pre-pack process, where the COC approves the termination with the 66. There could be an application by the resolution professional, and the resolution professional's decision is backed by a 66% voting share of the COC, which says that please stop this. This is not working. This is just not working. Let's stop it. And then the AA, the adjudicating authority, if he is satisfied all the process has been complied with, it stops the process. On conversion of CIRP based on an application filed by the RP, where the COC approves doing 66%. So this pre-pack can be converted into a CIRP, provided it's backed by the 66% of the COC. If the COC now wants this pre-pack, which we started with, is not working, it should be converted into a normal CIRP process. Then it can be converted into a normal CIRP process with a majority of COC. On an order of termination, in case either no resolution plan is received or approved by the COC. So if no resolution plan is approved by the COC, then the whole process comes to an end. So can I take another 10 minutes, or everybody is very hungry? So these are the, basically this is what it is. These are the comparisons which I have given, mostly which we have discussed. Let me highlight only the red portion of it which I have given. It is the responsibility of, in a CIRP process, it is the responsibility of the IRP and the RP to run the CD as a going concern in order to maximize the value of the assets of the CD. And in a pre-pack, it is the responsibility of the existing management to run the pre-pack process. So these are the various, I will share the slide with everybody, you can have a look at it. So I will not get into the details of these slides anymore. But there are points of slight, subtle points of difference between the two processes which we have highlighted there. So the need for pre-pack. So essentially I come to the last slide, why did we go with this? First of all, as I said in the very beginning, that the NCLTs are taking a lot of time in adjudicating the whole matter, and the number of people, number of very competent judges in the NCLT are only 50%, there are 50% vacancies. This whole process, once it is agreed upon, so this informal process which is outside the ambit of NCLT, it eases the burden of the NCLTs, of the pressures of the cases which are coming in. So it eases the burden of NCLT or NCLAT as the substantial part of the proceedings is undertaken before the commencement of the formal proceedings of the court. Number two is it balances the interests of both the financial creditors and the operational creditors, which is lacking in CIRP. It entails early deductions of stress and timely restructuring of the MSME CD, and speedy resolution of distressed assets and relatively smoother transfer of business, allowing the business to be uninterrupted. So these are the four major advantages. But since 21, it has not gained much traction. As I said, from the last December IBBI newsletter, I hear that there are only 4 cases which are still till today has been admitted. But this is only confined to MSME sector now. There is a discussion which is going on that it will be extended beyond MSME sector. So once this is coming, and with this awareness, I think people will be more inclined to go for pre-pack, which is a much healthier and value maximization is more probable, at least in the MSME scenario. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. If you have any questions, then I can take it.
Thank you, sir, for your very interesting deliberation on such a vast topic in a practically bullet point but narrative lecture. Now I'd like to request our chairman, Mr. Subrata Datta, to facilitate Mr. Kanchan Datta. He is also our advisory committee member. Now, I'd request Mr. Rana Ghosh, our CEO, to come here, and there is a short facilitation program here for our independent directors. Now, please, I'm just announcing the name of our independent directors. Number 1, Mr. Shubhodip De. Mr. Topon Mojumdar. Mr. Soumitra De, and our chairman, Mr. Subroto Datta. I'd like to request also, please come, Mr. Debashish Kundu. Mr. Rajkumar Banerjee, the committee member, and our faculty member as well as our committee member, Mr. Shomesh Lal Mukherjee. So thank you so much for being present here. All the guests, now I am declaring this is the lunch time. The lunch time will be for half an hour. So it is 1:45.
Keep on moving on. keep on moving on. We keep on moving on. keep on moving on. We keep on moving on.
We are in the post-lunch session, so let us start our technical session number 3. So please take your seat. Please take your seat so that we can start our this post-lunch session. In this third session, I'll first invite Mr. Arindam Chaudhary. He will deliberate on determination of value of assets in case of insufficient and redundant data. So please, Mr. Chaudhary is a registered valuer of IBBI, and his topic is also very important in the sense that how to manage the situation where data is deficient. The information is not adequate. শুভঙ্কর অসুবিধা হচ্ছে শুভঙ্কর দেখো
পেনড্রাইভ লাগিয়ে দিয়েছে আপনার পেনড্রাইভটা আবার দেবো হ্যাঁ আমি এখানে দাঁড়ানো কাজ করছে না কেন ল্যাপটপটা কি নামে আছে
সিপি
সিপি ফোল্ডারটা কপি করে নাও, তারপরে ওই তোমার ওই পিপিটিটা দেখো, ওই ড্রাফট ডিটারমিনেশন অফ এত উপরটা এটা আমার এগুলো খুলতে লাগবে আর কি পরে।
আচ্ছা, ওটা তো আপনি বলেন টাইম হলে দেখাবেন, নাহলে দেখাবেন না।
এটা থার্ড পেজ আমি
ওটা আপনার পেজ এখানে খোলা আছে, পেন ড্রাইভটা লাগানো আছে, এটা খোলা আছে।
তুমি সামনেই থাকো,
তুমি এখানে আছে।
আপডেট লিঙ্ক স্টেক আছে, আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে। থার্ড পেজ থেকে আমি শুরু করবো। আগে তো ইন্ট্রোডাকশন আর ডিসপ্লে করতে লাগবে না, তাই তো?
কোথা থেকে শুরু করবে? এখান থেকে শুরু করুন।
এটা তো লাগবে না তো, আমি থার্ড পেজ থেকে আরম্ভ করবো। ডিসপ্লে তো হয়ে গেছে, তোমার তো দিয়ে,
এটাই তো।
হ্যাঁ এটার পরের পেজ থেকে, ঠিক আছে, এটা ছেড়ে দেখা।
আচ্ছা, আপনি পেজ ডাউনটা বারবার করবেন।
হ্যাঁ,
পেজ ডাউনটা বারবার করবেন।
না আমি তো স্লাইড করবো।
না, আপনার যেহেতু অ্যানিমেশন আছে তো,
হ্যাঁ,
এই যে করলেন এইটুকু এলো, আবার করলেন এইটুকু আসছে, আবার করলেন এইটুকু, যেহেতু আপনার অ্যানিমেশনটা আছে।
এটা তো এন্টার টিপলে হয়
না, এন্টার টিপলে,
হ্যাঁ,
হ্যাঁ এন্টার টিপলেও হবে।
এটাই।
আর পেছনে যাবেন কি করে? এটা দিয়ে।
আচ্ছা,
এটা দিয়ে পেছনে।
ঠিক আছে,
ঠিক আছে, এন্টার টিপলে সামনে।
ঠিক আছে। চেষ্টা করো, আমাকে ভয় লাগে। On. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for selecting me as a delegate of honor come speaker for the National Conference on Contemporary Valuation Scenario, Challenges and Solution. And this is the first time I am on a stage. I am honored, though I am a bit nervous while considering myself as a speaker. Besides, I am from Bengali medium and consider myself not very fluent in English. I am seeking pardon in anticipation. During the process, if required, I may take help of IBBI RV Ms. Orpita Ghosh, London Building. In fact, she suggested me to include the topic highest and best use in this lecture. Before coming to the main topic, let me allow to explain how I see a case and what are my basic initial queries in general. Assume that I have to paint my room, then what will be my queries?
না, এটা আসবে, আপনি এন্টার করুন, ওটা ওখানে চলে আসবে, এখানে যেটা দেখাবে তারপরেই এখানে আসবে, ওখানে enter করুন।
Okay. So my mission is painting. Now, first question is, who is about? For the current mission, it is myself. In the eye of valuation, it is the name of the asset or owner or user. My second question is, what to do? For the current mission, it is painting. In the eye of valuation, it is the scope of work. My third question is, when it is happening? My third question is, when it is happening? For the current mission, it is within 15 days. For the eye of valuation, it is called the time frame. My next question will be, where is the place? For the current mission is my room. In the eye of valuation, it should be the location of the asset. My fifth question will be, why it is required? For the current mission, my room is actually discolored. In the eye of valuation, it is the purpose of the valuation. How? For the current mission, by own procedure of painting, using paintbrush, etc., etc. In the eye of valuation, it is the basis, approach, and methods of valuation. Let me allow to explain little more. Say if a valuer job is to find the liquidation value for the liquidator, and liquidator informed that he or she will auction the asset in lot. It means for the liquidator there is no use value. Hence, it is very unlikely that he will get the fair value from the market, but a percentage of the liquidation value. It may be even as low as 30% of the fair value. And the liquidator actually wants to know that value only. In the appointment letter and by conversing with the client, valuers already aware of the customer name, location, scope of the work, and purpose of the work. And now the most difficult part of my last animation is how to value the asset. For that, let me allow you to recapitulate little bit. I want to speak on basis of valuation, valuation maxim, and approaches of valuation. Basis of valuation is the standard of value or the statement of the fundamental measurement assumption of a valuation. What are the fundamental measurement assumptions of a valuation? The fundamental assumptions of a valuation is that there is a transaction. It may be actual or hypothetical. The transaction is purchase or entry or sale or exit. A transaction in a particular or hypothetical market with specified characteristics. It is critical for any valuation to be performed using the basis or basis of value that is appropriate to the terms and purpose of valuation assignment, because the basis of value may influence or dictate the valuer's selection of methods, inputs, assumptions, and ultimate opinion of the value. Considering the purpose of valuation, valuer adopt the base of valuation for a specific assignment. It may be fair value, liquidation value, synergic value, whatever it is. Now let me explain what is synergic value. Synergy is the concept that the combined value of performance of two components. Okay, so synergic value is the of two components and parts will be greater than the sum of the separate individual parts. Let us consider a band. In a band, there is a guitarist, a drummist, a saxophonist, a vocalist. It is all together of them that make the sound. Each band member brings the strength to the table to create something better than each could be alone. So synergic value means in short term that components or parts, the performance of two components or parts will be greater than the sum of the separate or individual items. Now come to the basis of value. There are 6 bases of values defined by IVS 2022. Market value. It is explained in IVS 2022 section IVS 2022-104 section 30. Then market rent, you can get the definition at IVS 2022-104 section 40. Equitable value, IVS 2022, again 104 section 50. Investment and worth, it is again available in IVS 2022 section 104 section 60. Synergic value, which I already defined, it is available in section 70. Liquidation value, It is available in section 80 of IEVS 104. A non-exhaustive list of other bases of values, that is fair value, IVS 2022, in section 90, fair market value, it is in section 100. Fair market value, IVS 2022 104 section or 110 US International Revenue Service, as per the US International Revenue Service. Now coming to the next part, that is the valuation maxim. What is the valuation maxim? These are the factors having direct bearing on value. Without knowing valuation maxim, it is extremely difficult to value an asset. First, physical. For physical, say for a machine, to get the value, you need to know the type, the make, the model, and the capacity. This is the basic requirement. The type, make, model, and capacity. What is the legal aspect? Legal aspect is the zoning, environment protection, taxation policy, and regulation of industry. In this regard, I should like to mention the term zoning. Zoning actually ensures that lands are properly demarked for a specific purpose, so that a particular zone is intended for a specific purpose, is not used for different one. So in an industrial area, there will be industry. In a residential area, there will be a residential complex. Social. The taste and preference of the customer utilizing product manufactured by the machine. The social impact. As for example, people are using mobiles, not pagers, because their taste has changed. So in case of economic, it will be demand and supply, availability of money and credit, and the interest rate. Utility. What is utility? It is the ability of the product to satisfy a human need to desire. Marketability. Whether that asset can be marketed or not. You cannot sell a temple, you cannot sell a church, but you can sell a scooter, bike, or a house or a land. Scarcity. If the scarcity of that asset is much, the value will automatically increase. Present worth of future benefit, intangible rights, etc. What are the intangible rights mainly? It is, let's say, it is trade license, copyright, etc. Goodwill is also can be said as an intangible asset, but it cannot sell without the product. That is, you cannot sell the goodwill of a company without selling that company. Goodwill cannot be sold separately. Now, these are the approaches of valuation. Market approach, income approach, and cost approach. In the market approach, there are direct sale comparison. Rule of thumb, in income approach, it is capitalization of cash flow, discounted cash flow, and in cost approach, it is replacement new or reproduction method or a summation method. The IVS numbers are already given. That is, the definition of the market approach can get in IS 105, say article number 20.1. Income approach, it is already defined in IVS 105, article number 40.1, and cost approach, IVS 105, article 60.1. Now, what is the difference between a valuation method and approach? Say you are going to, you have a plan to go to Chennai from Calcutta. You can go several ways. You can take the train route, you can take the bus route, you can take the water route, but method is, it is the approach. Actually, it is the approach. And method is, if you go by bus, then method is by 1 minute. Way of estimating the value of with a way of estimating value that employs one or more specific value valuation methods. That means, in which means you are actually going to Calcutta to Chennai. Now, I should thank Ms. Orpita Ghosh, Land and Building RV. She actually suggested me to include this thing, that is highest and best use. In this regard, it is pertinent to mention highest and best use of an asset. It means most probable use of an asset which is physically possible, appropriately justified, legally permissible, and financially feasible, and which result the highest value being valued. It is already written in IVS General Concept Principle 6.3. Let me explain by an example. Assume that a house A has a value as a house of rupees 35 lakhs, and the site value of the commercial lot is 40 lakhs, with the cost of demolition and preparation of site is 2.5 lakhs. Then the habu of the site to demolish the house, to sell the site as a commercial unit, because the commercial lot site value is 40 lakhs and the cost will be 35 plus 2.5 lakhs. So so if we sell that land by as a commercial lot, the seller will gain 2.5 lakhs. Logical phases of valuation. First, there will be a terms of reference. Valuation means reaching a goal when different heads are actually working. Somebody is concentrating on valuation, somebody concentrating on account, somebody is on site visit. There are different ways. So first, the terms of reference to be cleared. This is actually to find the 5 Ws. And then strategy of valuation, determination of the strategy of the valuation. After that, the physical verification or site visit will come, followed by data collection and valuation analysis under different approaches of value, followed by reconciliation of all the information, and then reporting. Okay? Now I am coming to the main topic. What is data? Data are measurement or observation that are collected as a source of information. Without data, valuation, you cannot proceed for valuation. There are variety and different types of data, different ways to represent the data. Redundant data. According to the Oxford Dictionary, the term redundant means not or no longer needed or useful. Data redundancy occurs when the same piece of data exists multiple places or availability non-related data. It is actually mislead and create the confusion. To avoid this kind of data, a valuer should always focus on purpose of the valuation. should have clear idea on what is actually required by the valuation. In this section, I have a case study. If I get time, then we will discuss that. Misleading data. We need data for judging a situation true or false. But the problem we faced are data we received are not raw in form, but in secondary in nature. One can accept the secondary data till it is not ripped with other perception or intention. This is the problem of secondary data. It is always ripped with other perceptions and other view actually. If you actually take this data, mention in your report that relied the data supplied to you. Don't forget to mention that relied the data supplied to you. We always like a summary. We always like a summary, not want to go through the raw data. This is because of various reasons, maybe time constraint, effort of preparing primary data to secondary data, etc. But please try to avoid it, if possible. Human nature is to see the visualization through the statistical graphs, bar chart, pie chart, etc. But before going to the bar chart, pie chart, etc. charts, please go through the raw data first, and then decide what to take and what is not to take. There are always smart people who are try to misguide us for their own interest. Visualization is nothing but the translation of data into visuals. However, as beneficial as data visualization is to interpret the data, it can also bend the truth and misrepresent the trend. Common type of misleading data. Cherry picking. Cherry picking means by picking a good sample and thought the population is good. In statistics, there are two kinds of error for the sample selection. That is type 1 error and type 2 error. Type 1 error, what is type 1 error? Selecting the rejected sample from a good lot and believe that the samples are not up to the standard. And what is type 2 error? Selecting a good sample from a bad lot and thought that the bad lot is actually good. Say during a visit, you may say during a site visit, you found that newly painted machine, crystal clear, clean machine floor, fume extraction systems are working in full capacity. These activities are actually highly suspicious for valuers. In a running plant, floor cannot be crystal cleaned. There must be some oil, there must be some grease here and there. How to check this? Ask the prior plan and records, that is maintenance records, and all the records. And speak directly to the person concerned. Okay? In case of pie chart shows a component parts as a whole. That is, pie chart means 100% of the component. But in most of the time, it is the sum total of the pie chart is more than 100%. It is actually made for misleading the valuers. এক মিনিট আমি এখান থেকে না দাঁড়ান এক মিনিট Okay. Okay. Second thing, cumulative versus annual data. See this thing. In the say there is a company in first month, second month, third month, fourth month, sixth month, and seventh month. Production in 1,000. First month is 10, second month is 18, third month is 22, fourth month is 25, fifth month is 20. It is actually reducing. Sixth month is 16, seventh month is 17. But if you cumulate the data, then first will be 10, second will be 28, third will be 50, fourth will be 75, fifth will be 95, sixth will be 101, seventh will be 115. Advertiser are all over, the clients always will give you the cumulative production data, not the individual production data. In individual production data, it is clearly shown that the production is actually falling. But if you give the cumulative production data, it is actually increasing. But it is in actual practice, it is not increasing at all. লাস্ট তিনটে পেজে আমি যেতে চাইছি, লাস্ট তিনটে পেজে যেতে চাইছি আমি একদম। এটাকে বন্ধ করে এসকেপ করে নিয়ে বেরিয়েছি লাস্ট তিনটে পেজে। তোলার দিকে এসো, এখানে ঠিক আছে, ওকে। Say, this is a graph. X-axis is showing some countries' name: Portugal, Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. The x-axis, the travel booking as a percentage of GDP, and y-axis is showing, that is vertical axis is showing percentage of travel booking. See, in the first case, the axis is 0, 10, and 20. The gap is more. And in second case, it is, I just reduce the space, that is 0 to 10, small space, 10 to 20, small space. If I present the second kind of data, then it is actually shown that the Malta having maximum number of travel booking. But it is actually not the case, it's slightly more. But it is actually not the case. A valuer should understand what data he should take. So before taking any data, anything, he should understand what should we take. So second graph is totally wrong because I actually changed the axis. Similarly, in most of the cases of valuation, we get 3 years financial statement and a statement for a quarter and a quarterly statement. But we should be very careful to taking the quarterly statement because we do not know the second quarter, third quarter, what will be the result of second, third, fourth quarter. So before coming to the DCF solution, that is discounted cash flow method, please do not consider this thing. Either you consider monthly or you consider yearly. Do not fragment it. Second is another chart. This chart is actually misleading y-axis. The first point is it is the actually average global temperature from 1880 to 2020. In the left chart, where the line is almost horizontal, the gap is actually more. It is 10 degree. And here it is 56, 57, it is just 1 degree difference. So in the first chart, if you follow the first chart, then you will conclude that there will be no global warming. But if you follow the second one, choose the axis properly, then you will understand that there is global warming. Temperature is indeed rising. Valuers must be very careful on these issues. This is the thing. What is the big edge? It is actually Mr. Donald Trump in his campaign on the Republican Party just advertised this. What is the biggest COVID-19 workers? Economic 68%, family 48%, individual 42%. If you add 68, 48 and 42, it is more than 100. So it cannot be. So this is a wrong graph. So this is a wrong graph. There must be a Venn diagram, that is intersecting points, intersecting areas. Some economy, as it is more than as it is more than 100%, there this bar diagram cannot be the true representation of the fact. There should be Venn diagram. Okay. উপরে যাবো এবারে, ওই তো কোন সময় আছে, হয়ে গেল তো 5 মিনিটে কি হবে আমি জানি না, চেষ্টা করছি আমি 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 এগুলো ছাড়িয়ে এসেছিলাম এখানে এখানে এখানটা 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 আসুন। Sometimes debtors are going against the convention. When it comes to the visualization, going against the, let me give an example. In traffic signal, if we come, we have become so accustomed to using the colors red and green to represent stop and go respectively. So imagine if a graph where red is used for a represent go and green is used for stop. Okay. Now coming to the point that is annotation, last point. Incorrect class. As for example, a vehicle, incorrect class, a vehicle road is labeled as a pedestrian footpath. So there will be a mess then. Incorrect attribute. A car in motion is labeled as parked, etc. I have already explained that in improper bubble size, say 5% area in the graph showing this much and 60% area showing this much. It is actually confusing. If the valuer do not go deep inside that thing, he will take the end up in a wrong valuation. Some financial data, net block are given in the valuation, but the time interval is not given. It is hard to compare. Wrong audience. When a data is presented for targeted audience and in a pro-planned manner, what kind of data audience will digest? It is a wrong audience method. How much time I have, sir? Okay. Now, let me explain it by a case study. Before going to the case study and solve this problem, as you all know, the valuation is dependent on various factors, as told earlier, and basic valuation may vary from valuer to valuer. Consider here the valuer considered replacement method for valuing the asset and did the valuation on the basis of above information only. So what is the information? This is the problem. শুভঙ্কর শুভঙ্কর তুমি আমাকে ওই এটাকে বের করে এক্সেল শিটে বের করে এক্সেল শিটটা বের করে দাও
কোনটা
কেস স্টাডি 1টা করে দাও
কেস স্টাডি 1
এখানে মানে আছে তলার দিকে আছে কোথায় গেল কেস 2 আচ্ছা দেখো এটাই বোধহয় খোলো তো একটু খোলো তো একটা পেজ আচ্ছা এইটা কি ওখানে ফেলা যাবে I have wrote down the case study in this way. In the case study, machine type is given. What is that? The article making machine manufacturer. Unit not applicable. It is an useful data. Second is investment, 5 crore. It is an useful data. Third is invested on December 5. It is an useful data. Commission date is April 6. It is also an useful data. Produced machine price 0.75 lakh. It is a redundant data. Actually, that is not required because DCF cannot be, as the cash flow statement is not given, we cannot apply the DCF. So it's a redundant data. Income generation till 2016. It is also a redundant data. The value verified by a chartered engineer, 4 crore. It is also a redundant data. Valuation year of the chartered engineer is 2006. It is also a redundant data. Economic life 20 years. It is actually misleading because Company Act 2013 is telling that general machinery have the life only 15 years. So have to check if it is 20 years fine. But in general, Company Act is telling 15 years. Shift one shift, it is an useful data, but a valuer should ask the support document. Whether it is running for 2 shift or 3 shift, for 2 shift running 1.5 times of depreciation, for 3 shift running 2 times of depreciation. এই নিচের দিকে নাম্বার পেজ ডাউন
এটাই নিচে যাবেন তো
এটাই নিচে যাবেন ওকে bank contracted for valuation 2018 it's an useful data required material evaluation date bank asking for the valuation date on 15 not on 18 15 so it's an useful data machine dealer's price similar machine dealer's price in 2018 4 crore it is a redundant data because we need to find the data on 2015 RCN of the same machine 7 crore it's a redundant data because we have to find out the valuation in the year of 2015 salvage value 5% negligible it is as per the Company Act so in a এই সাইডে যাবো একটু সাইডে যাবো এই সাইডে যাবো উপরের দিকে যাবো এই উপরের দিকে যাবো হ্যাঁ so the total useful data is actually total data is 18 useful data 11 redundant data 6 misleading data 1 so that means out of the 18 data 7 data are misleading wrong only 61% data used for the valuation a valuer should understand this thing otherwise he will end up in a wrong valuation sir I finished
Thank you very much for your deliberation on an important topic.
This is actually first stage appearance. Sorry.
And I'd request Mrs. Nikita Jana to facilitate our guest speaker, Mr. Orindam Chaudhary. Sir.
আপনি একটু নেমে
Our next speaker is Mr. Partho Kamal Sen. Mr. Sen's topic is responsibilities and duties of the registered valuers. Mr. Sen is an insolvency professional registered with IBBI and a faculty member of RVO ESMA Foundation.
Presentation final knowledge.
এটা স্যার
হ্যাঁ ঠিক
এই
আছে
ঠিক আছে, এটা পেছনে এটা সামনে।
না আমি বুঝলাম না কোনটা এটা বলুন।
এই তো এই অ্যারোটা এই অ্যারো এইটা করবেন আপনি।
আমি এটা টিপলে বলে নেক্সট স্লাইড তো
হ্যাঁ নেক্সট।
দিস স্লাইড no no thank you. So distinguished dignitaries for this seminar, participants for this seminars, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I thank the governing board of RVO ESMA Foundation for their invitation. Really, I feel myself as privileged by getting this opportunity to speak before this August forum. The topics I have seen are really appropriate for the seminar. Today, my topic is the responsibility and duties of the registered valuers. I am aware of the difficulties to speak in a post-lunch session, but I'll try to make my presentation as far as possible interesting. So before I start, there are few lines of disclosure from my side. Firstly, the opinion, if any, expressed in my presentation is totally my personal opinion, and this should not be construed as a legal opinion. Further, the interpretation, if I made anything in my presentation, also my personal interpretation, and the same can be interpreted differently by others. So with this, let me start my presentation. I start my presentation with these two quotations from two distinguished personalities to bring out the requirement and importance of the valuation process. First one is from the renowned economist John Keynes, who said it is better to be roughly right than precisely wrong. And the other is from the investment guru Warren Buffett, who said price is what we pay and value is what we get. Friends, I can speak for hours with reference to these quotations to bring out the importance and requirement of valuation, but due to the paucity of time, I refrain myself from doing these things, and I just refer this quotation for your reference. Now, if we see the evaluation, If we see the if we see the evaluation of the concept of registered valuer, we will find that the valuation profession begins with various government acts, namely Rent Control Act, Wealth Tax Act, Income Tax Act, etc. However, the profession or that the valuation of the assets and liabilities were not very much structured one. We find that the valuation process for assets and liabilities were arbitrary, not the regulated one. There are a lot of doubts and window dressing in the arbitrary valuation. When IBC 2016 came into force, the entire valuation process was changed with the stress on quality and authentic valuation of assets to take place. Empowerment of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI, as the regulator of the valuation profession within the framework of Section 247 of the Companies Act 2013 and Companies Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules 2017 brought the structured valuation process in the country. Both Section 247 and the valuation rules have come into force with effect from 18th October 2017. As per Rule 21G of the Companies Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules 2017, valuer means a person registered with the authority in accordance with these rules, and the term registered valuer shall be construed accordingly. The valuers nowadays have to be registered with IBBI by fulfilling the registration criteria of the regulator, that is IBBI. Also, various RVOs have been formed to control and guide the registered valuers. The registered valuers are appointed by the audit committee, in its absence by the board of directors of the company. For IBC matters, the registered valuers are appointed by the interim resolution professional or by the resolution professional. Regulation of valuation professionals are not only solves the arbitrariness but also assures the authenticity of the valuation. This is absolutely correct, because on the after the introduction of the guidelines, regulations and control in the valuation process, the arbitrariness has gone away to a large extent. Friends, if you see, I told you that the central government had notified the commencement of Section 247 of the Companies Act 2013 and Companies Registered Valuers Valuation Rules 2017 with effect from 18th October 2017. Accordingly, MCA, they published their notification number SO 3401E dated 23rd October 2017, delegated the powers and functions vested in it under Section 247 of the Companies Act to the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, that is IBBI. So IBBI got the power to regulate the registered valuers through the notification issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. IBBI was established, as we are aware, established on 1st October 2016 and given statutory powers through the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code 2016. IBBI got the power from the IBC code, but IBBI got the power to control the registered valuers through the MCA notification. IBBI is the regulator for overseeing the insolvency proceedings and entities like Insolvency Professionals Agency, that is IPA, Insolvency Professionals, that is IP, and Insolvency Information Utilities, that is IU in India. Based on, after getting the power with the notification of MCA, IBBI in turn issued the notification by its circular number IBBI RV 0192018 dated 17th October 2018, mandated that the valuations required under code or any regulations made thereunder shall be conducted by a registered valuer. The concept of registered valuer comes from the notification issued by the IBBI. Further, IBBI, by its circular number IBBI RVO stroke 026/2019 dated 16 September 2019, listed the provisions of the Companies Act 2013 and Code means IBC, under which the valuations are required to be conducted by a registered valuers for ready reference of the stakeholders. So what are the areas, which are the areas where the registered valuers should value the assets and liabilities as per the Companies Act and as per the IBC are determined through the notification issued by IBBI in this regard. From 1st February 2019 onwards, valuation under Companies Act 2013 and Insolvency Bankruptcy Code 2016 needs to be conducted by a registered valuer registered with IBBI. So only the registered valuers with IBBI can conduct the valuation from 1st February 2019. Generally, there are three classes of assets. We know all that: plant, machinery and building, and financial and securities assets. These three categories of assets are valued by the registered valuers. The registered valuer is the professional who determines the fair value, liquidation value of the assets. Three categories of assets, which I told you. It is necessary that the registered valuer should stick to their task in a very prudent manner. They should make the valuation of the assets as on the valuation date in accordance with the applicable standards as stipulated for this purpose. The purpose of valuation date is the date on which the estimate value of the assets is applicable, which may be different from the valuation report date or on which the investigations are undertaken or completed. The registered valuers should specifically indicate these dates in their reports for the better understanding of the stakeholders. Friends, these three different dates are very important for the valuation process. These are not necessarily should be equal, but it is the responsibility and duties of the registered valuer to indicate in its reports what is the valuation date, what is the investigation date, and when the report is published by him. So these three dates he necessarily should be mentioned in its report. It is also responsibility of the registered valuers to deal with the following during the valuation process: nature of the business of the enterprise and its historical status since inception, general and specific economic outlooks of the industry where the enterprise belongs. You know, the main thrust in the valuation process is given by considering the entity as a going concern. So it is utmost important, registered valuers should be duty bound to consider the nature of business of the enterprise, the economic condition of the sector where it operates, and the outlook of that industry in the current business economic scenario. So unless and until the valuer took note of these factors, he cannot make the valuation taking the entity as a going concern. So these are very responsibility of the valuers to take account of all these things. Then contingent liabilities and substantial legal issues involved by the enterprise. You know the Indian Accounting Standard 37, it specifies the obligatory events where the provision has to be made for a liability and the contingent liability. So it is also the responsibility of the valuer to take the provision, to consider the provisions of IND AS 37 to bring out the exact value of the liabilities of the entity for the valuation purposes. Then book value of the assets and stocks as well as the financial position of the enterprise he should consider properly. Earning and dividend paying capacity of the enterprise is also important. He is responsible for considering these things. Intangible assets are very, very much important for the entity valuation. You know, the intangible assets considers your patents, goodwill, patents, copyrights, then technical know-hows, and giving proper weightage, proper valuation of these things, of these assets are useful and they are required for the valuation of the entity. Mistake in determining appropriate value can have radical consequences, including effect of subverting or reversing any plan that may be approved on the basis of an incorrect value. So, the responsibility of the registered valuer comes from this. Also, we have seen that in case of IBC, appropriate and credible valuation is critical, in absence of which a viable firm may get pushed into liquidation or an unviable firm may remain alive, and both the situation will bring a position which is detrimental to the country's economic interest. The registered valuer shall, while conducting a valuation, comply with the valuation standards as notified or modified, provided that until the valuation standards are notified or modified by the central government, a valuer shall make valuation as per A, internationally accepted valuation standards, or B, valuation standards adopted by any registered valuers organization. The registered valuer may obtain inputs for his valuation report or get a separate valuation for an asset class conducted from another registered valuer, in which case he shall fully disclose the details of the inputs and the particulars, etc., of the other registered valuer in his report. He can take the help from other registered valuer, but it is his duty to disclose in his report which information he has obtained from others. However, in such cases, the liabilities against the resultant valuation, irrespective of the nature of inputs or valuation by the other registered valuer, shall remain with the first registered valuer. So he cannot shirk his responsibility that I have taken the input from the other registered valuer, though that other person is a registered valuer. In case a registered valuer has taken registration for one of the class of asset, but the assignment requires valuation of other class of assets as well, he may get valuation of other class of assets from another registered valuer, but it shall be fully disclosed and the liabilities, if any, against the resultant valuation shall remain with the first mentioned registered valuer. Friends, you know that the IBBI gives the registration based on the class of assets. So, if I am registered for a particular class of assets, I am not entitled to do valuation for the other class of assets. And in that case, I can take help from the other registered valuer, but I should mention it in my report, but I am responsible for his valuation work also. Therefore, outsourcing of valuation assignments would be done very carefully after proper understanding of credentials of the valuer. Further, the existing regulatory provisions prescribed by other regulators, including income tax, RBI, SEBI, should be followed during the valuation under those statutes. They have the different guidelines, and a valuer should follow these instructions. Generally, the duties of a registered valuer as per 247(1) of the Companies Act are as follows: to make an impartial, true and fair valuation of any assets which may be required to be valued. Impartial, true and fair valuation. Impartial is a very important word. He should not be influenced by the want of his client. And this is the responsibility of the registered valuers. To exercise due diligence while performing the functions as a valuer. to make the valuation in accordance with such rules as may be prescribed, not to undertake valuations of any asset in which he has a direct or indirect interest, or becomes so interested at any time during or after the valuation of asset. So, you have to disclose your interest before undertaking any assignment of valuation. This is your registered valuer's responsibility. Rule 7 of the company's registered valuers and valuation rules, which is for the condition of registration, also mentions inter alia that the registered valuers at all time possesses the eligibility and qualification and experience criteria as specified. So during the course of his valuation, he should not be debarred by not having this qualification or eligibility. If it is so, he has to inform. Comply with the provisions of the Act, these rules and the bylaws or internal regulations, as the case may be, of the respective registered valuers organization. In his capacity as a registered valuer, not conduct valuation of the assets or class of assets other than for which he has been registered by the authority we just discussed. Take prior permission of the authority for shifting his membership from one registered valuer organization to another. Take adequate steps for redressal of grievances. These are all the part of responsibilities and duties of the registered valuers. Maintain records of each assignment undertaken by him for at least 3 years from the completion of such assignment. Comply with the code of conduct of the registered valuer organization of which he is a member. In case the partnership entity or the company is the registered valuer, in this case only the partner or director who is also a registered valuer, and that too he is registered valuer for that particular asset, can only act on behalf of the partnership firm or the company. And if so, in this case, both the partnership entity and the company will be liable jointly and severally along with the partners or directors, as the case may be, who signs and acts in respect of the valuation assignment on its behalf. So, all the work done by a partnership firm or a company as the registered as the registered valuers are jointly and severally responsible, liable, along with his partners and directors who assigns and acts in respect on behalf of that partnership firm or company. The Model Code of Conduct states that the registered valuer shall exercise due diligence and ensure proper care is taken while exercising professional judgment. Because in the rules there is a Annexure 1. Annexure 1 is the Model Code of Conduct. And as per the Model Code of Conduct, it says that the registered valuer shall exercise due diligence and ensure proper care while exercising the professional judgment. The registered valuer shall not carry out any instructions of his client insofar as this is incompatible with the requirement of integrity, objectivity, and independence. Friends, this is also a very important point. You have to take note of this. You should not oblige your client. I'll come to this point later. You have to discharge your functions with integrity and objectivity of the valuation process. He shall maintain complete independence of his professional relationship and shall conduct the valuation process independent of any external influence. It is the responsibility, it is a duty of the registered valuers. The registered valuer shall not take up assignment if he or any of his relative or associate is not independent in terms of association of the client. Model Code of Conduct categorically specifies these things. registered valuer cannot disclaim his liability for the expertise by giving caveats in the report. You know, many times we have seen that when the valuation report comes, there is a long list of caveats, long list of disclaimers. But it is very categorically mentioned that registered valuer cannot disclaim his liability or for the expertise giving caveats in the report. He will be held accountable for the assumptions and decisions pertaining to the valuation exercise. He is accountable. However, it has been clarified if the assumptions are made from the information given by the company, or if the informations are available in the public domain, then he is immune from his liability. Otherwise, for all his assumptions, for all his decision, he will be held responsible. Registered valuer shall not use or divulge to other client or any other party any confidential information about the subject company which has come to his knowledge. You know, unless and until it is the professional or legal right or duty, the registered valuer should not divulge the information. Confidentiality is one of the topmost requirement from the registered valuers. In his valuation reports, he comes to know many things of the client for which he is doing the valuation. But it is responsibility lies with him that he should not part with the information to any other person unless and until he is competent, he has the authority to do so, or it is legally or professionally required from him to disclose the information. It is further stated that in the model code that the valuer shall maintain written records for any decision taken, reasons for it, along with the information and evidence in its support. As per the rule, the valuer is duty bound, the registered valuer is duty bound to mention all these things in his report, like background information of the assets being valued, purpose of valuation and appointing authority, identity of valuer and any other experts involved in valuation, disclosure of valuer interest, conflict, everything, each and everything we have just now discussed, for which he is responsible, for which he is duty bound to do. So all these things, the rule specify that he should mention in his valuation report. I am not reading out this list. This is as per Rule 8.3. Now, you know what's happened. IBBI published his reports on findings based on the peer reviews in different years. So, first report was published on 14 February 2020. The second report was published on 17 February 2021, and the third report, I think that is the last report, was published on 21st April 2022. And IBBI was very harsh in its first finding report. It was mentioned in his report that the valuer has taken the valuation as a subjective one to accommodate the requirement of its client. Also, it was mentioned that the arbitrary assumptions were made by the registered valuers. Like product cycle, life cycle was assumed to be indefinite. The book value of the asset and the market value are equated with the market value of the asset. So they are a pure sign of arbitrariness on the part of the registered valuer. Also, IBBI reported the negligence on the part of registered valuers. But the things really improved, and in the subsequent reports, IBBI mainly mentioned that the report of the valuers lacks not by mentioning important dates, date of appointment, date of inspection, etc. Scope of work was not mentioned in most of the cases as per the report of IBBI. Or if it is mentioned, it is vague and relevant details were not incorporated. Adherences and compliances with the valuation standard used was not specifically stated. Absence of supporting evidence and analysis is not given. In many reports, the nature and source of information relied upon not being clearly disclosed as required. Restriction on use, distribution and publication of valuation report has not been placed in some of the valuation report. No mention of caveats, limitations and disclaimer in the valuation report. So these are the observations in the subsequent report of IBBI. But these are, IBBI has melted down because unlike the first report, which was very harsh one, the subsequent findings are not so, grievous. There are many landmark judgments passed by the Honorable Supreme Court NCLAT NCLT on valuation process. But for the paucity of time, I am not going for a detailed analysis of these judgments. I have mentioned some of the judgments here, like your Maharashtra Seamless Limited, where the Apex Court has put the emphasis that the insolvency resolution should be completed by a time-bound process, for maximizing the valuation of the assets of the entity. You will appreciate that the more time is passing out, there is a depletion in the value of assets. So Apex Court said that it is the utmost care should be taken so that the resolution, insolvency resolution should be completed within the stipulated time frame. And for this, it is the responsibility of the registered valuer to complete his work within the given time. Then in the case Renuka Dalta, it is mentioned that the suitable explanation should be given in the report about the methodology considered by the registered valuer and the principles undertaken by him in valuing the assets, disregarding the other principles. And the registered valuer should act accordingly. In case of Dr. Vijay Radhakrishnan, it was mentioned that the valuation done by the registered valuer acts as the weapon in the hands of the COC to take the commercial decision on the resolution plan. So the responsibility of the registered valuer to calculate the liquidation value as far as practicable, accurate, to calculate the liquidation value accurate as far as practicable. All these cases involve the manner in which the valuation process is. And also there are many findings and orders from the disciplinary committee of IBBI on the conduct of registered valuers. Recently, I think you are aware that IBBI in exercise the powers conferred on it under section 458 of the Companies Act 2013, and in pursuance of Rule 15 and Rule 17 of the valuation rules, directed IBSA Valuation Advisors LLP not to accept new assignments for 6 months for lack of professional competence, because they have violated the model code of conduct for valuing the Videocon and its 12 units, Videocon's 12 units in the bankruptcy case. So as a result, IBBI has banned them for the next 6 months to take up any assignments. So to sum up my presentation, I can say that Companies Act 2013 under Section 247 had brought the concept of registered valuers to regulate the practice of valuation in India and to standardize the valuation in line with international standards. But the valuers qualification, experience, manner and process was left to companies registered valuers and valuation rules 2017. Valuation is an important part for protecting the interest of stakeholders. Therefore, it is necessary that the valuers stick to their task in a very prudent manner. The registered valuer law is now telling essentially to learn, assess, analyze, document, and disclose with transparency. So I am through with my presentation. If time permits, I may take some questions or it can be discussed offline.
If anybody wants to ask any question, he is welcome. No, I think there is no such questions. Now,
So thank you all of you for your patient hearing.
I am requesting Mr. Shubhankar Jana, our executive, to facilitate Mr. Partho Kamal Sen with the memento. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Chandrakant Balasubramaniam, NCLT case studies for registered valuers, land and building. So, welcome Mr. Subramaniam to deliberate.
Good evening, friends. I am Chandrakant Balasubramanian, Registered Valuer, Land and Building. Thank you, ESMA RVO, for giving me a great opportunity. See, that last two sessions, it is also close to my subject. See, I have prepared some three-part. Some three-part. One is, say it is not. Sliding is not comfortable for me. Okay, sir, it is comfort for me. Okay, yeah. see three parts. One is about IBBA and NCLT. Last two sessions, we heard about the NCLT and IBBA. In NCLT, what are the benches? Sir also told NCALT, NCLT, what are the benches available in India? Then the third part is, we know that what is IRP, what is RP, and what is liquidator. Already our the session, our RP, IP, Kanchan also cleared about the IP and all. Second one, the roles and responsibility of the registered valuer, land and building. See, this is the important. Already in a brief, the earlier session, our that class, he explained the what are the roles and responsibility in a brief manner. I have to explain in a small way. The next slide. About IBBA and NCLT, we know that for the corporate resolution, IBBA, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India was established 1st October 2016 under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. So we know that already we discussed. It is a single regulatory body, that also we discussed. It is a regulatory oversight over the insolvency professionals, insolvency professional agencies, insolvency professional entities and information entities. Structure of IBBA. It is comprised of 10 members, one chairman, one member nominated by RBI, 3 members of central government and 5 members of nominated by central government. Advantages: defragmentation of insolvency and bankruptcy laws, fast insolvency resolution, different adjudicating authorities. NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. The central government has constituted National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, under the section 408 of the Companies Act 2013 on 1st June 2016. National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, is a judicial body which was set up to resolve the disputes which are arising in Indian companies. It is a successor to the Company Law Board and governed by the rules framed by the central government. NCLT is a special court where cases relating to civil court have been barred from the jurisdiction. Scope of National Company Law Tribunal. To dealing with the corporate disputes that are of civil nature arising under the Companies Act pertaining to claims of opposition and mismanagement of a company, winding of companies and all other powers prescribed under Companies Act. Advantages for National Company Law Tribunal. NCLT is a specialized court. NCLT is a specialized court only for corporates, that is companies registered in India. NCLT will reduce the multiplicity of litigation before the different forms and courts. NCLT has multiple branches and is able to provide justice at a close range. NCLT consists of both judicial and technical members while deciding on matters. Speedy disposal of cases will help reduce the number of cases, also has exclusive jurisdiction. Benches in NCLT. In the first phase, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has set up 11 benches, one principal bench at New Delhi and 10 other benches at New Delhi, Ahmedabad, Allahabad, Bangalore, Chandigarh, Chennai, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Kolkata and Mumbai are headed by the President Chief Justice, retired Justice Ramalingam Sudhakar, and comprise of 16 judicial members and 9 technical members at different locations. Subsequently, more benches at Calcutta, Jaipur, Kochi, Amaravati available. Process type. When insolvency process commences against a company, there are two possible outcomes. The sale of existing business as a going concern, known as insolvency resolution, of the sale of the assets of the company, known as liquidation. The IBC is a single consolidated law which provides provisions for both insolvency resolution and liquidation. Corporate insolvency resolution process, hereafter referred to as CARP, is a system incorporated in the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016, hereafter referred to as the code. In this, a corporate debtor that has defaulted in making payments to its creditor undergoes an insolvency process. The intent behind CARP to make an attempt at reviving the corporate debtor instead of liquidating or winding it up to reimburse the creditors. The code and subsequent amendments have designated period in which CARP has to be concluded. CARP commencement date is the date on which adjudicating authority passes an order to admit the CARP application. Liquidation is a process in which the company is brought to an end. Also, the assets and the property of the company are redistributed to the creditors and owners. Liquidation is also referred to as winding up or dissolution, although dissolution technically refers to the last stage of liquidation. Liquidation may either be a compulsory or voluntary. The term liquidation is also used to describe that company seeking it's ready to divest some of its assets. For instance, a retail chain may wish to close some of its stores. Again, I am coming the second one, IRP, RP liquidator. Already the earlier sessions they are discussed briefly. So I have jumped into other portion, that our roles and responsibility of the valuer. Already our IP shows the same flow chart, that the process how it is a CRP flow chart. See, the application to NCLT is the first stage, admission of application is the second stage, effect of admission of application by NCLT, appointment of IRP, suspend powers of BOD, third moratorium is the third stage. The fourth stage, within 30-day tenure, IRP will do the following. One, public announcement. That public announcement is very important for the valuers. We have to watch the public announcement. Within 3 days or 7 days, we have to send the quote for the land and building valuation, or the plant and machinery valuation, or the finance asset valuation. That part is very, very important. We have to close associate with the IP professionals. Then first COC meeting, duties and solution, that and all, some branch works that shown in the flow chart. See, simply I am explaining, already sir briefly told that roles and responsibility of the registered valuer. A valuer is an individual group of individuals or individual within an entity, regardless of whether employed, internal, or engaged, contracted, external, possessing the necessary qualification, ability, and experience to execute a valuation in an objective, unbiased, ethical, and competent manner. In some jurisdictions, increasing the required before one can act as a valuation. The process determining an opinion or conclusion of value of an asset on a stated basis of value, a specific date in compliance with IPS. Under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code 2016 IBC, valuation of asset is one of the core features dealt with the corporate insolvency resolution process. The process of valuation conducted by registered valuer or valuation professional helps to determine the current value of the assets which are to be liquidated. The requirement of valuation under the IBC is an important concern for the registered valuers in all three asset classes: plant and machinery, land and building, as well as securities, financial assets. The importance of accurate valuation under IBC are as follows. Valuation report guides the actions of the insolvency professional, COC and NCLT. Fair value and liquidation value are frequently used by IBBI for statistical purpose to gauge performance of IBC. A registered valuer typically competes with the market and endeavors to estimate a value which is more authentic than price of an asset. Valuation report is a common cause of dispute for financial or operational creditor and may cause delay in corporate insolvency resolution process or liquidation process. Difference in facts between two valuation reports can be trouble for IRP or IP. See, now we are following some 10 to 15% between the two valuers. Few of the possible effects of under or overvaluation is under. Possible effects of undervaluation: abnormal gain resolution applicant or promoters of the company, loss of the realizable value for the financial and operational creditor, possible loss of reputation for registered valuer, possible effects of overvaluation, rejection of resolution plan which could have been approved, delay in liquidation process due to requirement to repeat the process. See, here any valuer, that is the first entry of the quotation part. We have to very clear, and we have to what are the scopes available in the work, that and all we have to understand, then only we will go for the quote. See, already I told that after coming the notification, you have to send a mail or the RP will send you the mail asking about the quote part. The RP should invite the quotation from the multiple registered valuer during the initial weeks of CARP commencement. You know that the initial week after the notification, the RP will send you the mail. See, in the regional level or in the random level, RP will send you the mail. IRP should use its wisdom to decide on the registered valuer submitting the quotations depending upon the complexity and size of the corporate debitor. It may be differs. Case to case, the fees, the quote, or everything differs. Seeking the approval of COC. Basis of Regulation 34 of the CARP regulations, the professional fees payable to the registered valuer forms part of insolvency resolution process cost. Therefore, the RP shall take the approval of fees to be paid to the registered valuer. It does not require RP to take approval for the appointment of specific registered valuer in the COC meeting, which states that the RP is free to decide on the registered valuer within the cost approved by the COC. You know that very clear, that the RP will not give you the particular valuer for the COC and all. See, after the quotation only, they have to decide the registered valuer for land and building or other three assets. Appointment. See, after the quotation, our quote is accepted now, then only we will go for the appointment. Regulation 27 of CARP regulations states that the regulation professional shall within 7 days of his appointment, but not later than 47th day from the insolvency commencement date, appointment two registered valuers to determine the fair value and the liquidation value of the corporate debitor. In case of resolution professional is not appointed, interim resolution professional to continue to function as the resolution professional until the appointment of resolution professional. Statutory provisions enabling the appointment of registered valuers under IBC. Section 59(3)(b)(2) of IBC states that where the proposal of voluntary winding up has been made by a company, the declaration of insolvency given by directors shall be accompanied with the valuation report issued by the registered valuer. Section 46(2) of IBC states that an application for avoiding a transaction as undervalued, the adjudicating authority may require an independent expert to assess evidence relating to the value of the transaction. Regulations 35 of CARP regulations state that if the two estimate of a value is an asset class are significantly different, or recipient of a proposal to appoint a third registered valuer from the committee of creditor, the resolution professional may appoint a third registered valuer for an asset class significantly different means a difference of 25% in liquidation value under an asset class, and the same shall be calculated as L1 minus L2 by L1, where L1 higher valuation, L2 is a lower valuation. The average of two closed estimate of a value shall be considered the fair value of the liquidation value. Incorporating and confidentiality. Already sir explained. During the valuation process, varied data of financial as well as non-financial nature is shared by the insolvency professional which the registered valuers, which may include property information. It is necessary to incorporate non-disclosure clause. It is important. We have to give a non-disclosure clause in the appointment letter of the registered valuers to avoid misuse of the information. First of all, some of the IP asking before the appointment, they are asking the non-disclosure agreement with the court part. Some IPs they are asking after the work they are see. It depends upon the IP's practice. Complaints to the Regulation 27 of the CARP process. Regulation 27 restricts the following persons to be appointed as a registered valuer: a relative of the resolution professional, a related party of the corporate debtor, an auditor of the corporate debtor of any time during the 5 years proceeding. It is a disclosure case, non-disclosure case. Sir asking me about the case study. After briefing that, I will go for one of my NCLT case study. Already that is data collection. Now I'm coming to data collection part. See, I got the work. Yeah. See, this is one of the CRP process done by me. It is a appointment letter. See, before that I told one quotation part is there. You have to prepare a quote to work for the CRP and all. After that quote, they send me a appointment letter. This is the appointment letter. You know that the corporate debtor, they are showing the corporate debtor and other things they are giving. What is the timeline limits and what are some cases they have asked what type of it is IVS standard or that they are asking. Some cases they are not mentioning. This is the valuation report for the, already I shown that GK Industrial Park, corporate debtor GK Industrial Park. It is a valuation report. Here you have to first that reference number. That reference number is more important. In our RVO, we are giving our own style. Some of them following in a uniform style. Our RVO giving so many freedom. After the reference number we have prepared, then we have sent in the half-yearly or quarterly report to the RVO. See, this is my report. One of the report, it is for the CERP process. It is prepared simply in a word. See, already sir told that scope of the work, IVS 101, then identity of the valuer, disclosure, who is the client, who is the intent user, process flow, the asset, what is the asset, the valuation currency and measurements, what are the currency we are using in the valuation, and what is the measurement, either SI units used or something I have to mention. Basis of values used. It is and all in the responsibility of the valuer, already we discussed. Important definitions. Definition, it is a glossary. What is market value? What is synergetic value? What is the market approach? What is corporate cost approach? That important definitions that we will discuss in the report. Nature and source of the valuer's information. Signification, assumptions and special assumptions. What are the assumptions and limitations that I have followed in the report that I have mentioned? The type of report being prepared. What type of report being prepared? Restrictions on use, distribution and publication of the report. Complaint statement. Purpose of valuation. Description of the property. What is land? The approaches adopted for valuation. The methods applied. Assumptions, special assumptions and limitations. Valuation calculations for land, for building. Conclusion of valuation. Certificate. Disclaimers. Disclaimers as per IBBA. It should not be dilute. So as per IBBA, what is a disclaimer? Declaration. Declaration by the registered valuer. Enclosures, list of documents given for verification. Some cases, the documents will not be fully given by the IP. Some due diligence we have to work. Google Map and property photos. This is the structure of my that case study. What I have done in the earlier CERP process for the corporate debitor of GK Industrial Park. This is it is introduction. What is the property? As per IVS standard, in the introduction, what is property? It is a 330 acres of land. It is one industrial park, like a CRZ something. So, scope of the work as per IVS 101. In the scope of work, identify of the valuer. Who is the valuer? That I have mentioned. Disclosure. So, disclosure, neither the valuer nor any employee of Chandrakant Balasubramanian has any current or contemplated future financial interest in the property appraised. That I have given disclosure. Client. Who is the client? See, earlier the RP, one RP given my appointment letter, then it is the RP was changed. So here the RP is Sachin Srinivas. Who is the intent users? Apart from the client, there is no other intent users of the valuation report. Process flow, data collection. The following data, how the data given by the promoter, what are the data given by the promoter. Then in our area, we are following some for the registration department. That Regionet website is available. It is called circle rate to identify the circle rate and the property owner list and all available in the website. Through due diligence, I have done site visit. On what day I have done the site visit? With who? Area schedule. The asset under valuation comprises of the following properties. So it is, see, M1, M2, M3, M4, M5 means it is, they are mentioning it is a mortgage deed. It was, the COC is a PNB. See, in M1, some 34 legal documents available. Mortgage 2, 21 documents available. Mortgage 3, 44 documents available. M4, 9 documents available. M5, like that, it is mentioned in the PNB list given by PNB. That MODD and all, everything verified by me. So again I am saying the asset. What is the asset? Verified from the data. See, about the corporate debitor, who is that GK Industrial Park, what he is done, like that I have mentioned. GK Industrial Park is India's first private park dedicated to heavy engineering spread over 600 acres. So that about the GK Industrial Park, what are the things I have collected, I have mentioned. Location of the property, you know that the postal location and the legal location and all, that and all I have mentioned here. Proximity of the property, what is nearby, that nearby what are the colleges and airport distance and all I have mentioned. What is the valuation currency? That is more important. The valuation currency of the assignment is Indian rupees. All the measurements are taken in feet and inches. I never use millimeter and meter. Here I have declared the valuation currency and measurements, basis of valued, that and all glossaries. What are the basis, what are the value we are using, that and all glossaries as per IVS. What is property, plant and equipment, that and all glossaries as per the IVS. What is cost, what is market value, what is fair value, what is liquidation value, that and all as per the IVS standard. Carrying amount, depreciation, what is depreciation, depreciable amount, apparent loss, recoverable amount, residual value, that and all you have to explain. Replacement cost, depreciation cost. See, the valuation dates, it is more important. Valuation as on date means what is the date as per the CARP commencement. CARP commencement date is the valuation date. The 4 dates are important. The date of appointment, valuation as on date, date of inspection, date of valuation report. That we have to mention in our report. That is more important. Valuation as on date, it may be CARP commencement date, or some liquidation cases it may be given by the liquidator or RP. Some cases liquidation date may be 3 years before or 2 years before. The liquidator will give you the correct date. That we have to confirm from the liquidator. The nature and extent of valuer's work. What is nature and extent? What are the limits? You have to verify the property. What are the available tools to check the property? What are the available market inquiries? That and all I have given in the report. See, for the land ownership, I have taken an encumbrance certificate from the website of registration department. See, so that so many conflicts are available. See, in the mortgage deed they are giving different names, but it is differs in EC. That and all we went for one due diligence and we fixed the problem. After that we identified more areas. Some what are the area given, it is different from my due diligence. They are given some 600 acres something. My due diligence, it is comes 675 acres something. The 75 acres, it is identified by us. Then it is a positive manner for the CARP. So that is more important for us. Maybe the land increased or decreased. That is our duty to what are the available tool and all we have to check. Assumptions and special assumptions. Already I told. Restriction on use, distribution and publication of the report. Complaint statement. it is more important. The valuation report has been prepared in accordance with the International Valuation Standard 2022. Wherever there is a deviation between the definitions of IVS and IND accounting standard, the definition of IND accounting standard notified by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs prevails. Purpose of valuation. What is the purpose? That is more important. It is for CRP or it is for liquidation. To determine the fair and liquidation value of the asset. That is the purpose of valuation. Description of the property. As earlier, our question era for bank valuation like that, what is the description of the property? What is land? What is the legal address? What is the four boundary says? And what is the lat lange? And that is the land information. Then what are the approaches adopted? Valuation approach. Earlier the session, the market approach, income approach, and the cost approach. That approaches are adopted in the valuation. Assumptions, Vasu and all we are not considering. Like that assumptions we have to declare. That assumptions only I have work. Like that you have to give special assumptions, limitations, the social factor or some earthquake something that we are not taken into account. Like that we have to write in the report. Limitations also like that. Here valuation calculation. Same. Through market inquiry like that we have to put the land rate and all. For the cost approach we are using the land for the building, market approach for the land. See, after the arriving the value, I am coming for the conclusion of values. After the land component fair value, here I am giving something. Certificate is the most important in the report. The certificate and all shows the what is the value and all. Disclaimer, it is more important. For the IBC report, disclaimer is the more important. It is available already, it is discussed. It is available in the IBB website also, the disclaimers. And what are the other disclaimers should not be dilute. See, the report should not be dilute. That is more important. See, what are the things we have discussed, that and all we have incorporated in the disclaimer and all. Declaration. The same declaration already we discussed. Declaration as per the regulation 35/2016. That I have given the declaration to the RPR liquidator. That is more important. The enclosures, what are the documents given by the RP or liquidator, and what are the documents I have collected from the internet. Some photographs. See, sir already told that site visit is more important. As my mentor Arun sir told that site visit is more important. So before preparing the report, the site visit is also one part. So it is more important when you are going to the site only, you have to arrive the best report. See, this is the report. Then I am coming to my PPT. What are the things I have told now that is available in PPT? See, data collection, due diligence and statutory approvals. I told that it is assumptions, what is the property, what is the asset. I have given as an Excel sheet, that is due diligence. Then report preparation as per IVS standard. IVS 101 scope of work, 102 investigation, 103 reporting, 104 basis of value, 105 valuation approaches and methods. That and also available in my report. See, the last part, the fees collection, it is more important. See, you have to find to collect the fees in a great manner. That is very difficult to us. The last, the last one is, it is our duty to send a half-yearly performance review report to RVO. Sometimes I am also failing to send the report. After Subhankar insists me, then only I am sending the report. Now I am corrected. See, it is our duty to send the report, half-yearly report or quarterly report as requested by RVO. It is more important. Thank you, friends. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subramaniam. And I am requesting now our independent director, Mr. Devashish Kundu, to come forward to felicitate Mr. Subramaniam with the memento. Now I am taking the privilege to invite Mrs. Shabnam Khan. I forgot to mention here that Mr. Chandrakant is also the branch head of our Chennai branch. And now I'm just inviting Mrs. Shabnam Khan. She is the branch head of Pune here. And I'll request our executive director, Mrs. Shushmita De, to felicitate him. Ahar. Now, there is a 15 minutes break for tea. This is tea break. And the last session will commence after that. Welcome, most welcome. Thank you so much. Now we are going to start the last session. Our first speaker here, Mrs. Payal Nundi. She will deliver her lecture on the woman as a valuer.
Sorry for the interruption. I could see a lot of budding valuers here or the valuers who have already entered into the bank valuation asking me a lot of questions how to face a valuation, how to face the bankers in the event of any pressure exerted by them. I have given about 2 or 3 small tips to them. I asked the organizers whether it's possible to have about 10 minutes for me to give a lecture. They said it's not possible because the hall is to be surrendered by about 6 o'clock. So in the event of you having any doubt on bank valuation, how to face, you can contact the organizers. They will be able to organize a Zoom meeting where I'll be able to give a lot of solutions on that. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. My name is Payal Nandi and I shall be presenting before you on the topic Woman as a Valuer. No doubt it would be sounding different to you from rest of the topics discussed today. But don't be impatient. I will not take too much of your time. Well, my agenda is introduction, my career as a valuer. I shall be discussing few of my assignments in a nutshell here, the present challenges, teamwork, and a summary. My lecture would be a mix of technical and non-technical data. Introduction. A woman leading a successful professional life or a successful entrepreneur is not new in today's world. The roads leading to a positive career are bumpy for everyone, be it a woman or a man. What matters is how we face it. But sometimes the path is a tough one for a woman, and especially when career is that of a valuer. My career as a valuer, land and building. My life's journey has also crossed many hurdles. A transition is always a tough place to be in. My transition, myself being an architect, an interior designer, a valuer, and a green building professional, in fact, I sometimes found myself as well as, in fact, I find now today also standing between the waves of acceptance, because at few instances I found that people giving compliments as, oh, she is a woman. Will she be able to handle such jobs? Will she be able to handle the side jobs? Can she take the dimensions at side? Can she stand in the sun? But the answer is a big yes. While starting my career in this field, I had faced resistances. But the thing is, you have to stand to it and not let other people bring you down. The word if in the word life has also disturbed me in my career, be it education, job, traveling, but I had never shed tears and let the fire burning within me burn out because of that. I understand because that it's not possible to transform the current situation to an equitable platform overnight. But gradually and slowly, we need to step ahead. Few valuation assignments. I have given a gist of that. I will not go into much technical terms. This one is done in very recent months. The valuation of 7 tea states in West Bengal. The recent one is among these 7 tea states, I have given the pictures and key headlines of the Ambutia tea state. This is based on leased land, building, production, and average price. The key underlying assumptions were, for the purpose of this report, we have assumed that companies of the unit are going concern and will continue to remain, so even after transfer in future. Accordingly, historical data or figures as disclosed in the accounts submitted to us have primarily been considered for the purpose. For the purpose of this assignment, we have relied upon and accepted the information and representations made available to us by the management of the companies. The picture is that of the Ambutia tea estate. The center one is of the manager's bungalow, and the last one is of the tea gardens factory unit. The next is a very simple, basically, it's a two of office spaces and a covered car parking. It's a very simple building which was given to us from the private sector at HDFC Bank, and a simple calculation. Just showing the variety of the jobs. Next is that of, it's again overshed, valuation of structures within the road reserve for the stretch of Bagrakot to Kafir of National Highway 717 in the Kalimpong, Rangpur, West Bengal. This job was basically along the national highway. While doing the stretch, they were doing the extension of the national highway on both the sides. So the sheds or the semi-pakka houses or the pakka houses, there were various sheds as pig sheds, cow sheds. These were also to be estimated and done the valuation at the present day. And the job was really a challenge to us as it was a hilly area and we have to consider the situations of the people who are residing there. So we had also added 20% extra for the hill areas. And for the houses, we had added the electrification and all, which we found at the site should be done. The first one is at the foot of a pig shed. So doing an estimate for a pig shed was not an easy task because the things we were putting in, the client who was owning that small pig shed was not satisfied. The value should be more. So however, we completed the job. Next, the present challenges. Most of the assignments come like a fire brigade. This one is the most important challenge to us. They give today in the morning and they will say, oh, I want it in the evening, which is not possible. And no proper orders or details are given. And ultimately, the clients put pressure. And we need to handle it diplomatically, handle the pressure, and do the correct valuation, keeping our head cool so that there is no calculation mistake. In North Bengal, we have two districts, Darjeeling and Jalpaiguri. On government portals, the guideline rate of Jalpaiguri district is less than the Darjeeling district. But the case becomes tough when the areas in the Jalpaiguri district adjoining the Siliguri zone value less, because practically they value more at site. Their valuation of both nearby areas should be same. So to come to a solution, we depend on the sale instances and also the online portals as magic bricks. Next, many office premises, shops are running in the residential area with no legal papers. But client expects more value, which we cannot give. That is not in our hands. Sanction plans from Panchayat do not have requisite floor area statement, which are required for valuation. So, to sum up, what we are all working for? We all are working for the same cause, income. Yes, also the most important factor in valuation. Our job is to assess the actual worth of the property, but not on condition on lowering our own worth. My team, and this is my main team. First one is my husband, my Biplam Nandi, and these are the two main valuers who are working with us. My extended team, who are in the different regions, areas we work for. I will not go in detail because professionally I'm an architect, also doing the valuation job. My achievements and summary. The most vital thing is we need to love our job. Be satisfied and more importantly, know your worth. The way we do valuation to identify the critical value generating ideas of a business. Similarly, we need to identify our own assets of interest in present scenario. The field of valuation is very attractive, but not lucrative. However, work hard and stay positive. I believe that self-belief and hard work will always earn you success. Here, I would also like to draw attention towards the participation of women in this field. In fact, if I take a look at today's participation, look at the entire hall, and you will be able to count the numbers within seconds. Not even 10. Women, there are not even 10 in hall. This is why I am here and urge all. So there is more and more women participation. Here I would like to mention about Miss Rita Taku, who is a lone valuer at Arunachal Pradesh. She is sitting there. Maybe presently she is facing few glitches in her career, but I have firm belief that she will overcome all and rise again. Hats off to her enthusiasm. Lastly, apart from all knowledgeful technical presentations, Few words of Mr. Subhas Chaudhary, GM, IBBI, was also worth noticing and enriching. Especially, I liked the Johri comment on the valuers. Thank you. Lastly, I would like to thank the organizing committee to let me speak a few words at this platform. It really means great to me. I'd also like to thank other speakers for such expert views and knowledgeable discussions. It really proved me a great learning platform. Thank you. And keep learning, as learners are always earners.
Thank you very much, madam, for your encouraging speech for all the women valuers, especially in this field who are working. Now, I'm requesting Mrs. Shushmita De to felicitate her with the memento. Madam, please. So we have come to the end of our technical session number 4. Our last guest speaker is Mr. Devabroto Dotto, Debashish Dotto, Assistant General Manager, WBSCARD Bank Limited. His subject is contemporary challenges related to agriculture land valuation and farmers' loan.
डाउनलोड कीजिए होम और एंड
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would thank the officials of RVO Estate Managers and Appraisers Foundations to let me a scope to speak or share some deliberations with the participants regarding the challenges related to agricultural land valuation and farmers' loan. To be very honest, frankly speaking, I had no actually specific any idea about what to speak and what the subject would I would be speak about. So I have been in contact with Biswarup ji last 2 days, just about to know on the subjects which I have to deliver with you. আমার কোনো অসুবিধা নেই আপনি একটু এদিকে দিয়ে দিন পড়ে যাবে ঠিক আছে So myself, sir has given my introduction. Actually, my personal working field, I am representing the West Bengal State Cooperative Agriculture and Rural Development Bank
To some participants, particular the nomenclature of this bank may sound some not knowing about the what type of nature of activities these types of bank do. So first of all, let me clear about that. So we are mainly the cooperative banks, but mainly deal with the long-term finances. So unlike short-term finance, mainly crop loan, we deal with only the long-term project finances, and the duration of the loan is from mid to long term, 3 to 5 years, and in some cases more than that also. So on that basis, on the subject that on this seminar regarding specific subject, the land valuation, so we deal with we mainly give the loan to farmers. So from our working experience, I have brought some information with you and I will be sharing that particular slide with you on the areas of farm loan and how land valuation is related to the our banking activities to that aspect. So let's start. First of all, let us share with you what is the scenario is now at present from banking viewpoint. So all we know that agriculture in India is the most labor intensive in our country specific, but it is also the essential activity also. Agriculture in India by profession has not been able to take a shape as a purely a professional outlook like earning from that. So agriculturists only know about that. Another scenario is day by day agricultural land holding share is also decreasing. With the passage of time and expansion of population, agricultural land hold sharing is also decreasing. And in our country, it is also a fact that off-land farming activities has not yet become so popular. So farming without land, this particular scientific concept has not yet been developed up till now in our country. But the most real fact is that farmers need funding for capital formation and meeting up recurring expenses like purchase of seeds, manure, fuel, working capital requirements, etc. So these are the scenarios that we deal with. Now, from a banker's point of view, what we face challenges regarding the farm loan for farmers. I think you all know about that we have to participate in specific state-promoted, state-sponsored priority sector lending, and a major section of that target aims to give loan to farmers. So there are various types of activities, purpose, schemes, sector also. But another real fact is that there are very few hassle-free arrangements of credit facilities for farmers in general sense. There are so many programs, so many promotional programs in the field that government will give loan, government will give such and such, in block level there are also some advertisement. But when the farmers go to the financial institutions, they face so many problems. Now, for a banker, the problem is to give a loan, always bank gives loan on the basis of some security. And for giving a farmer loan, for the farmers, only the real asset, land is the real asset available with the farmers for raising funds. And hence, to provide loans to farmers, mortgage of land is resorted to as basic security. So, other than farmers, when we think about other entrepreneurs, they have some other securities accepting land. But for giving loan farmers were very at the ground level, they have only the real asset, that is land. And bankers to give loan, they have to give you have to create mortgage of that land, and against that land, mortgaging loan is given. So here comes the question of valuation of agricultural land in real terms. And that stands for a major issue for a banker. I think the main issue, one of the main issue of this seminar is that valuation of different thing, and the topic that I have been given to speak about on the valuation of agricultural land. Now, what we face some problem about the mortgaging thing. Now, the present regulations and the procedures of our country for transfer of mortgage and cultivable agricultural lands are extremely cumbersome and also the time-gobbling matter. And bankers need to go through a series of time-consuming process in searching, establishing legal opinion on non-encumbrance title of land, and sometimes court search of the land possession becomes also necessary in some special cases. And after that, after following such legal processes, then the land valuation process actually is undertaken by the bank. So when a bank is satisfied with him that the title is clear, there is no problem about possession of land from the legal viewpoint, then comes the question of land valuation. So in banking viewpoint, so banks have different policies about valuation of land. Some banks value their land of agricultural land on market value. Some banks have their own internal valuation policy on which the land valuation is done, and on the basis of which a security value is worked out, and then it is matched with the loan amount, and then the decision for credit facility is undertaken. Now, from my bank, I have that we follow the procedure that we follow generally. I am describing that particular thing about before you. So, whenever in our banks, how we calculate the valuation of land, I am trying to explain the thing before you. So, the process of calculation of land valuation. So, first we go to the website WBE registration, that particular site, and after typing that, we click on this particular, that is the calculator for market value, SD, etc. That is not being, that is the last one of the second line. And after clicking that, the first thing, that key, that is market value of land, we enter that by clicking that. And when we, after typing that, this particular website is open, and here we have to put the land details of the farmer, but before that we take the sample basis, different land details of under different Mauja, district, police station, different types of data, sample data we collect, and then we work out the valuation, present market value that is published in this site. So, after comparing all these things or compiling all these things, I have brought here a sample worksheet that we generally do in our banks. Here in the land details of Malda district, we have taken the sample of these blocks that is given here. The letter is sometimes it is not being read, no, it is illegible. So all these are headings are, there are name of the blocks, and under which the types of lands, and under each type of land, the valuation of each block is given. And we work out the average of all the sample data collected valuation, And after arriving that, we work out the average market value of different types of land. Those types of lands are irrigated, non-irrigated, vastu, municipal area, panchayat area, pond, garden. Now, the question comes, why these types of activities or categories are needed? Because we need to finance fishery projects, housing projects, other horticulture projects, farm forestry projects. So, for these purposes, different types or characteristics of lands or classification of land is needed. So, if I want to give a loan of a pineapple loan, suppose, we have to work out on the irrigated land and under panchayat area. So, we just take those two samples and work out the average and then work out the market value of that. And after arriving that price, that particular value, we apply a security percentage on that, suppose 60 or 70% of the market value. That becomes the basic security value of the land. And then we proceed on the credit facility from after that different angles. So this is the process of land valuation that we generally work out in our banks. Now, the process that we have, I have described here is it is very clear that bankers need to go through a series of very time-consuming process to work out the land valuation. And the question is how frequently this revision of valuation of land is done. In principle, normally these workings of land valuation generally changes or revision changes 2 or 3 years after. Because whenever it is felt that on a particular area the market value may have changed, then the requisition comes from our district level that this type of classification of land valuation is needed to be changed. Then the management of our head office convene a meeting, and after that, in a meeting, this calculation is again done from the very beginning according to this, and then the valuation is again revised. So, in a nutshell, this process is not at all a very short or very easy or very convenient also for a banker or for a farmer to get loan. Because it is quite clear when a farmer applies for a loan to a bank, so a bank need some time to do this searching, legal opinion, then valuation. Such a time span is needed, and in the meantime, there is a possibility that the farmer may lose the crop season for that particular loan. So this is a very challenge for us, for the bankers. This is in reality really a very challenge. Now, what we may think for, because the situation or the process that I have described here till now, that is still existing today. Now, how we may come out of this particular cumbersome situation, I have tried to share some things with you, that a simplified and digitalized procedure would ensure that the transactions are completed in a good time and there are no delays in the farmers getting the required financing for the purpose of ensuring that appropriate crops that may be cultivated as per need of the season. So all the process for working out the land valuation may be done in a simplified manner or a more user-friendly digitalized procedure. And the regulations that would have to ensure that there is enough comfort for the financial sector, specifically the bankers, to provide for ample finances without the requirement of special schemes of the government, or schemes means special regulations of the government, so that bankers, they themselves need to give in numbers also and in quantity also to give finance for the farmers. But the process or the time consuming factor stands in the way. So we are thinking about abolishing that particular hindrances from from that angle, so that the farmers give very quickly and hassle-free loan. And also from the banker security viewpoint, to ensure that the enforcement mechanism available for the banks in case of default by farmers is in the line with other enforcement mechanisms. So banks have also need to think about if the loan becomes default, how can bank recover the money? The case is when the bankers give loan only on the basis of mortgage of land. So that particular loan, if it becomes default, how can the bank recover the money? By revoking the mortgage of the land. So this particular legal process should be, enforcement of that particular mortgage procedure should be hassle-free, so that the bank's money doesn't go bad or the loan doesn't become NPA. And also the empowerment of banks and simplification of the mortgage procedures would also ensure further empowerment of the agricultural sector of the country. That is, in short, this entire process, the process of land valuation, agricultural land valuation specifically, should be made more simple, and mortgage procedure also should be more friendly, because only for the interest of the agricultural sector of the country. So these are the suggestions that we may give to come out of this particular scenario. So these were the points from a banker that I have shared with you regarding the agricultural land valuation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Datta, for your very situation-oriented deliberation, because these are the real problem on land. So how to come out from this situation is really needed now. I'm requesting our Executive Director, Mr. Amitav De, to kindly felicitate him. So thank you, sir. And we are now in the concluding session of our seminar. Now I am requesting Mrs. Shushmita De to offer the vote of thanks and to complete our seminar then.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are at the end of the National Seminar, Contemporary Valuation Scenario, Challenges and Solutions. I am Shushmita De. I'm very pleased to give the vote of thanks on behalf of RVO ISMA Foundation in this seminar. I am very much thankful to all the delegates participating in the seminar, both online and offline. They took their precious time from their busy schedule to attend the seminar. Many of them have come from different parts of India. Thank you again. I express my deep gratitude to our honorable guests, Mrs. Bidisha Bandyopadhyay, Honorable Member Judicial, NCLT Kolkata Bench, Mr. Subhash Chaudhary, General Manager, IBBI, and Mr. Obhirup Sarkar, Chairman, West Bengal Finance Corporation. Special thanks to our distinguished speakers from different professional fields like engineers, registered valuers, insolvency professionals, and chartered accountants who enriched our knowledge through their speech. Various important aspects of valuation were covered in their lectures. Mr. Arun Veer has discussed about the derating factors of machinery valuation. Mr. Ashok Kumar Vaishya has discussed about the case studies about the valuation upon leasehold property and capital gain tax. The topic of lecture of Mr. Kanchan Datta was on pre-packaged insolvency resolution process under IBC 2016. Mr. Chandrakant Balsubramanian, Mr. Arindam Chaudhuri, Mr. Partha Kamal Sen, Ms. Payal Nandi, and Mr. Debashish Datta have discussed about topics like NCLT case studies for registered valuers, land and building, determination of value of assets in case of insufficient and redundant data, responsibilities and duties of registered valuers, the problem faced by a woman valuer, and challenges related to agricultural land valuation and farmers' loan. We are extremely thankful to those who helped us a lot by offering sponsorship for the seminar. We are thankful to companies, the Adroit Appraisers and Research Private Limited, and Resolute's Valuers and Consultant Private Limited, and persons like Ms. Shabnam Khan from our Pune branch, Mr. Chandrakant from our Chennai branch, Mr. Onudip from our Bengaluru branch. Lastly, I express my thanks to our RVO ESMA team, including all the independent and executive directors and the committee members. I should mention the name of our young executives, Ms. Purnima Roy Kamti, Mr. Shubhankar Jana, and Mrs. Nikita Jana, who have worked very hard to make this event successful. Now, thank you all.
So we are concluding here, but before departure, this is our artist request. If we come together here and to have some photographs.
Our member, please come.